liftoff has begun.
I never thought this day would come. Hi everyone, by everyone I mean probably one person. We are here covering the launch of the very famed and very depressing Space Launch System rocket. And today we're here with Owen.
Yes, I am here.
You're
I
here.
exist.
He exists. We hope it moves. We're coming up on the 10-minute hold here in about 7 minutes. So I hope it does hold at 7 minutes and doesn't scrub, which is not something we want. But it looks a lot closer than every other failed attempt. So yeah, we're just sort of waiting for that hold.
Also, I'm here.
Yeah, you're alive now. You were everyone low-key, our co-founder and not chief. Let's just go with just EO, executive officer.
I might have accidentally fallen asleep.
We don't talk about that.
No.
If there are any questions, make sure to put those in chat. We will try to answer them to the best of our ability. I have not been watching that much NSF recently, I swear. So yeah, our video feeds from spaceflight now because we're too poor to set up our own cameras, and that is about it. As many people who have been following the developments might know, Owen, can you enlighten us on some recent issues?
Oh, yeah, I can. So, we have news that NASA doesn't know how to operate Ethernet switches.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
About 1 hour, L minus, oh my god, T minus, about 1 hour there, they, told us that they were having an issue with range, and then a few minutes later, they alerted us that the issue was coming from the fact that one of their Ethernet switches was faulty, which I cannot believe. I'm sure many other people here can't either.
Yeah.
NASA's Artemis 1 countdown clock is now passing T-minus 15 minutes and counting. It's heading down to a built-in hold at T-minus 10 minutes. So you'll see that countdown clock pause when it hits 10 minutes. Or 45 minutes until the opening of the launch window this morning here at Kennedy Space Center. No official update yet from the launch team on whether they expect to be able to hit the top of the window or whether the launch time could be pushed back later into the 2-hour window this morning.
Well, thanks Spaceflight now for taking what I was going to say.
Bonky. I didn't add bonkies. I did not add bonkies.
What is bonkies? May I ask?
A command. Yeah, we have chat commands now,
Oh no.
courtesy of Nightbot.
Thank you. I thought.
Yeah, oven bacon isn't there either. Type in exclamation mark SpaceX.
Me?
Moon. No, anyone.
Uh,
Moon. 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 Everyone starts chanting softly in the distance. Moon. Moon. Moon.
God, that seems like something out of my nightmares.
Oh, it is. It's called
Oh.
Jack Bacon
My
Man,
dog?
as he's otherwise known. No, not your dog.
Oh no.
Oh.
Was I missed something while I was gone for the past 2 streams?
No, not really.
Or let me just skip them. Like, is this like an space right now reference?
No.
But then what am I missing?
What do you mean? What are we missing?
A
No,
launch.
who's Jack if we're not talking about my dog?
Jack from NASA spaceflight.
Yeah, see, I knew it was from NASA space flight.
Well, kind of said it was from NASA spaceflight. We're getting off track.
We are.
I mean, that's your specialty, so.
It is. It is. You should ask my dad. It's.
Sorry, audio from the Spaceflight Now stream was off for the whole stream for a second. Yes, game is over. Ah. So
think-
far. Oh, did you miss the red team, Loki?
I mean, I was awake when you guys were talking about it.
No, but like when they
I don't
left.
know. I was awake when it happened.
You were awake when it happened. But yeah, so earlier on there was another leak.
That I did not know. That must have happened while I was asleep.
Loki. I'm talking about red team to the stream.
Oh shit! Sorry.
No swearing.
Oh.
Alright. So earlier there was a leak from the replenish from the replenish valve. Yes, that's the word. From the replenishing valve of the tanks, and they sent in the red team. Oh, we're coming up on that hold very soon, but they sent in the red team to fix that issue, and they did, and they gave us a big scare by saying that it would push into the launch window more, even though it was a around 45-minute repair. But it's solved now, so it's good.
But we have more issues.
With internet.
The Artemis 1 countdown clock is
about
now
20 seconds till our
T-minus
planned
10 minutes
hold,
and 20 seconds.
which is very frustrating because it's going to keep
Coming up on
the
this
countdown
hold
at 10
T-minus
minutes.
10 minutes.
I believe 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
And boom.
T-minus 10 minutes and hold.
And there's that hole.
But rest assured,
Countdown clock has
our
stopped
accurate
as
count.
expected
I
during
just
this
bumped the desk.
this built-in
Our
hold.
accurate countdown in the
T-minus
top
10
left corner
minutes.
there will keep it.
This hold was programmed to have a duration of 30
real
minutes.
countdown
However, it could be
until launch.
extended
And I hit the desk again.
because the Artemis 1 countdown, the launch team is running a bit behind schedule this morning.
Yes,
So
this is
the
a planned
duration
hold.
can be adjusted to account for when the team believes they'll be ready to proceed into the terminal countdown.
Yeah.
What's H minus? Hold minus? Okay. Never seen that before. Probably because I don't watch enough launches live, because I can't. But it's okay, because we're doing this one. This is an important one.
That's why they need important Ethernet switches. But yeah, so we are holding for 30 minutes until the launch director pulls the team at L-minus 15 minutes to ensure that they are go for launch.
ensuring that they got the Ethernet switch finally working.
It's just gonna be our joke the entire stream.
Oh, it 100% is, because it is very critical for range to know what the rocket's doing, believe it or not, to be able to go for launch. Speaking of, do we have the schedule on when the go no go poll will happen?
As I said, minus 15 minutes for the launch director to poll the team. That's just before the hold release.
Yeah, my memory is not good. I forgot what you said. I'm like a goldfish. I'm adding that into the commands.
Fun fact, I'm actually not up to date with the Artemis 1 launch countdown, so I don't know if there's any other go no goes.
Oh, well,
I don't
mean,
believe so.
they should add a new one, such as, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ethernet go
Yeah.
no. Go no go. We hope it's go. Might be go go no? What? No go. What? I am not okay. Yeah, Z chess, I am adding a command for you right now. Can you hear it?
I can definitely hear it.
There we go. Your command is now set up. Z chess, so you can just run what you just did, and that's enough. Moon, moon, moon.
Okay, you know what? I'm actually starting to get excited.
Yeah,
Uh,
there hasn't been a major issue in a good while.
we're 30 minutes closer than the last attempt.
Hmm.
Was it the last attempt?
Honestly, they all feel like the same attempt.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we're 30 minutes closer than the closest attempt to launch.
Which was one of them.
Which was one of them,
I think
which
it
was
was
40 minutes
actually-
before launch.
Yeah, I think it was actually the first launch attempt. I
It was
think
either
it was
that or
one.
the second one.
It started, the first launch attempt I remember started holding at 40 minutes.
Yeah, it must have been that one.
Moon. 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 I need to add that one too. Very focused stream here. Amazing. Alright. This moon rocket has been for a long time. Moon. 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 These are an agonizing 35 minutes. But, I will make sure to turn up the audio of the launch to full if the rocket lifts off. I hope it does.
Yeah, that's if it lifts off.
But honestly, with how close we're getting, it's a pretty high chance.
Yeah.
Considering they probably have put a new Ethernet switch in by now.
Oh, yeah. Again, hopefully they have put a new Ethernet switch in. Before the stream even started, I kept saying hopefully, because
nothing.
Yeah, this is SLS.
Yeah, nothing is certain with SLS.
That's right.
Ah, yes, it is right. As we learned with the 500 other launch attempts. Range Ethernet switch has been replaced, reported by Chris B at NASA Spaceflight 3 minutes ago. We are good with the Ethernet switch.
Alright.
Yup, we got a new Ethernet switch, boys. Let's go.
I'm guessing that means they are,
Yep, we're lifting off.
go. Rangers go, I guess.
I mean, we think.
again, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Um,
Sorry, I'm gonna test something right now. One moment. Okay, try to say something.
hello.
Alright, awesome. We have audio capture. I can now turn the audio back on for us to hear. Alright, cool. We can now hear the stream too. Okay, awesome. If there's any questions anyone has, by anyone I mean ZChess1408, you can ask them in chat and we will try our best to answer. Again, not watching that much NASA spaceflight. Oh yeah, why does this rocket look like it's wooden?
It does?
On some angles, these brackets here, you see them on the, like, the lines. This middle one here also, it looks like a big stick of bamboo.
Oh god, you're right. And I just noticed that.
The whole rocket looks like a stick of bamboo, actually. Well, the core stage at least.
8.4-meter wide bamboo.
Does that make a Starship wider?
Yep.
Was that around 10 meters?
If you don't count the SLBs, yes.
Well, around here we see SRBs as add-ons. Ha 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 ha, I hate myself. If you do count the SRBs, then we know who wins. Monitoring for updates on anything with the launch on Twitter, by the way. Hell, by the way. Same thing.
Yes,
But,
I think SLS is wider, just because I count the launch pad.
Yeah, the launch pad counts.
Yeah,
It's all
launch
one
pad
thing.
officially counts.
Called it. Launch pad justice. Justice for the launch pad. It needs to be included in measurements. And ticking down to about 30 minutes in our countdown to launch. Hopefully.
Oh. I cannot believe NASA has tweeted this.
Oh.
Range safety officer reported to NASA test director a problem with a bad Ethernet switch, and this range is currently working to change it out. Don't worry, this is from before. I'm just like,
Yep, 30.
this is from 40 minutes ago,
Wow.
and that's now being fixed.
It took them
And,
40 minutes to replace a faulty Ethernet switch.
Yep. And now, L minus 30 minutes from the maiden launch
30
of
minutes until the
hopefully
opening
the
this
maiden
morning's
launch.
Artemis 1 launch window. We're awaiting an official update from Artemis Launch Control on the timing of this morning's launch attempt. The window again opens in 30 minutes at 1:04 a.m. Eastern Time, runs until 3:04 a.m. Eastern Time. And NASA's launch countdown commentator Daryl Nail has reported it appears likely that the launch time will be delayed some length of time into the window this morning, but we're not sure how long. The Space Force's Eastern Range has reported that the Ethernet switch that was causing the problem accessing radar data that's required to track the rocket and help ensure that it stays within its flight corridor. That Ethernet switch has been replaced, so that issue, if not already resolved, appears on a path to resolution. So the big thing now is just making up for some lost time in the countdown timeline after the team fell behind schedule due to the work required to repair and troubleshoot the intermittent hydrogen leak in the hydrogen replenishment system and a valve on the mobile launcher. that issue is resolved. The leak has not recurred since the troubleshooting was completed by the red team out at the pad a couple of hours ago. And the weather parameters continue to look favorable for liftoff, with a 90% chance of favorable conditions. And all weather rules right now are currently observed green. There is a layer of relatively thin clouds over Florida's Space Coast right now, but these are not an issue for launch. They may impede a little bit of the visibility of the launch if the mission does get off the ground this morning, especially once the rocket climbs into the upper atmosphere and heads down range. But we have clear views of the pad. Right now in the countdown sequence, if everything was on the timeline, which it's not, some of the tasks at this point would involve performing what's called the pre-start procedure on the core stage auxiliary power units. These core stage auxiliary power units, or CAPUs, power the hydraulics that steer the rocket, steer the core stage engines during flight. Also, the day of launch trajectory file should be loaded into the SLS flight computer at this time. This is the trajectory file that takes into account the day of launch conditions, upper level winds, to allow the rocket's guidance system to follow an optimum steering profile to counteract those winds as it heads into the upper atmosphere. Another activity that should be occurring about this point in the countdown, although we haven't heard any update on this, is the flight control preps on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This upper stage was built by United Launch Alliance for the SLS moon rocket, and the flight control preps involve a slew or steering check of the RL-10 engine on that upper stage. That should be happening about this point in the countdown timeline if the countdown was on schedule, but there are adjustments that have had to be made due to the delay earlier from that leak. Again, if you're just joining us, you're watching our live coverage of the Artemis 1 countdown and launch. I'm Stephen Clark, the editor of Spaceflight Now, reporting live from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where we are about 25 and a half minutes from the opening of this morning's 2-hour launch window. We'll ask you once again to please hit the like button here on our YouTube stream if you haven't done so already. That helps us gain a larger audience for our coverage. So please hit the like button on our YouTube stream if you haven't done so already. You can support our coverage by becoming a member. You can click the join button, and here just below our video feed, our video window here on our YouTube channel, we have different membership levels available for you to choose from depending on which level you select. You can gain access to exclusive members-only video features from our launch coverage here in Florida, and you'll be...
Okay, I'm tired of hearing him talk. We're back.
Oh my god.
My man takes the longest pauses out there. But we're back now, after the intermission of that guy talking from Spaceflight Now for half my lifespan.
You know, that guy talked long enough for me to forget what I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, 100%. So we're just gonna fill in with, there's about 24 minutes until our launch window opens.
Yes. And hopefully a launch of SLS.
Crossing fingers, crossing toes, and crossing tongues.
Do not make me cross my fingers again. I actually did it, I think, for like 15 minutes or long. I don't know. But I actually did that yesterday, and
Oh yeah.
my fingers hurt afterwards.
I was kind of dying inside when oh, Sea Chest is crossing his fingers. Oh,
Right?
what? Nightbot, I swear to God. I'm turning this off. I'm turning it off. Turn it off.
No,
Turn
he
off
just
the
got his message
moderation.
removed.
Alright, you can say that again. Kill yourself, Nightbot. Bye-bye. You can see venting coming from the ICPS stage, and I think the ESM has venting too, but I'm not sure where it's coming from.
Yeah, and we believe they can now talk to us. But
For those of you who don't know, ESM is the European Service Module, ICPS is the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, and core stage is obvious, booster stage is obvious by ZChess 1408.
So 22 minutes in that launch
Counting
window.
down every minute.
Yeah.
It's the best we can do while we wait. Since no questions have really come in, there's not much to talk about.
We're just gonna be counting down.
Yeah.
21 minutes and 34 seconds. 24.
21, 25, 21, 24, 23, 20. And I managed to mess that up too, but that's not what we're going to do. Hopefully. That would be torturous. And 21 minutes till our launch window opens.
21. Oh my god.
21. Oh, okay. Z-Chest is still here, guys.
Oh my. And
20 minutes, 35 seconds.
how did you know what I was going to say?
Oh
Who is this guy?
Ooh, why'd they get like...
Why is this pre-recorded? What?
Or this man lives in a parallel universe.
I have an idea.
I don't want to hear what he has to say. I want to hear the rocket.
You could possibly
Oh,
use
okay,
what I
we're
sent
back.
in. Oh,
Speaking
then ignore
of
what I
timing,
sent.
20 minutes till our launch window opens.
Okay, 20 minutes. Actually, an important step. So that means we're about 5 minutes from the
I turned
this guy.
I turned Spaceflight Now guy back on.
So
Still going.
as I was saying, 5 minutes from the launch director polling the team to again ensure they are go for a launch. And
oh,
hopefully that Ethernet is go. Range, please. I swear, I'm just gonna be prepared to hear range is no go.
Oh yeah, always prepare for no go on anything.
Prepare for no go, especially on range.
Will that be broadcasted to Spaceflight Now? Will we be able to hear
I'm not
that
sure.
go call?
I don't actually know.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
You could try to get audio from the NASA stream.
Well, that would just be a bunch of blabbering about children, so...
I think they have a stream where they don't do that.
I couldn't find it, so we're not using it.
Let me try to find NASA, please.
Oh my god.
No way, I think NASA might actually have something.
Might. And still holding on the main countdown at
Yes!
10 minutes.
NASA does have something.
Oh.
We're just gonna have to use NASA Live.
Oh.
The audio from it.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
There we go. Let me check something.
ABL, please stop trying to get attention from SLS stands. This is not a good time.
Okay, so I have come back with news. I think that the NASA live stream is just mission control audio right now.
Which is what we would like
Yeah.
for a go.
Yes.
So,
I will add the audio into the stream.
okay. We're actually getting close now.
Oh, don't mind that. Yeah, we're getting scarily close.
Each minute my heart just goes beating faster.
Actually accurate.
200 BPM, 201 BPM, 202.
With every second that passes by, it increases by an increment.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
NASA stream audio is now on our stream.
So, right now, we're in a planned hold. We're about 1 minute from the launch director polling the team. And we should hear a bunch of goes. So,
Hopefully.
let's hear that. Let's hopefully hear that. I can't believe we're this close now.
If it gets this close and something super dumb happens, like for example,
I'm just gonna like to see T-5 minutes on an SLS stream.
That's all I would ever want. But launch, yes.
Launch is just. Oh, I don't know if I'll be able to handle launch. Just seeing this close is just insane for me.
I know. It's been multiple months of just waiting for it to finally get to the terminal countdown, and we're extremely close. Polling is very soon.
Yeah. 8 seconds from now.
Hope we can hear it. Maybe a little off schedule, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything. Oh.
Yep. Yeah, nothing from the Spaceflight Now stream either.
NASA has not shown it on any of their streams. I'm watching them right now.
Huh.
Let me check if NASA's posted it anything on Twitter.
Oh, we have some sounds. We might be getting a gonna go poll right now.
Okay, looks like they're going back to the MC.
I don't think we're getting back. I don't think we're getting our gonna go poll. We got some brief sound from the NASA stream, and then it went out.
Yeah, I am using the official nasa.gov launch countdown. This is updated November 9th, so it should be accurate.
Should.
Sure. I'm not sure why we haven't got a poll yet.
And we have about 3 minutes 10 seconds until our hold ends and our final countdown till launch window opening begins. You can see the view of SLS from cam 907 right now, which is an engineering cam controlled by NASA. Random comment here, but SLS, sorry, looks very fat from this view. Thick rocket, if you will. Why specifically this view? I'm not sure. But it doesn't matter. About 2 minutes 10 seconds now.
Yeah, I'm still not hearing anything on that poll.
Well, orange rocket good, so.
Orange rocket can be good when they get a poll.
Well, us not getting a poll doesn't make it bad.
I guess you're right though.
Alright, it seems that the NASA stream is not doing anything for us.
Yeah. But I'm not seeing that on any of their streams.
So yeah, I think it's safe to say we don't have a go-no-go poll feed, which is sad. It's one of my favorite parts. ULA does them all the time. And 1 minute until the hold ends.
Okay, here we go. Minute from this countdown releasing.
They can't launch because of the
Okay.
Ethernet switch. 10,
Oh, I'm
9,
looking at
8,
Oh.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, ignition, 1, 0, and we exited the hold.
Or did we?
I mean, just give it a second to update on the video feed, and there we go. Never mind.
Huh.
I think the countdown's broken.
Yeah, but NASA's also not releasing. Just keep in mind they could have just pushed back
It could
the
just be
launch.
a delayed release.
They could have definitely pushed it back by a bit. So
Yeah, that's always a possibility. They said it was a possibility, so because of the work that they had to do to the rocket to fix the small leak.
so now the countdown that is on the top left is actually to open the window, not for the launch.
Yes.
We're not getting a launch in 9 minutes. We're just gonna have to wait for that hole to release and see when we do get this launch.
But how this seems to be going so far, I am very hopeful.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. It's been so long. Yeah, we're gonna do that countdown thing again. The the I cannot think. The the flaming thing in the background there.
I'm looking at all the other views, and there's this view of a bridge with a roadblock on right now. Oh, this is awesome.
Amazing, amazing. And we are 8 minutes until window open. So most likely what will happen is they will hold this 10-minute timer until their projected launch time, which once this starts counting down, that marks our final time to launch. Go ahead.
NASA has confirmed they extended the hold.
How long?
So that's 100% confirmation they have extended it.
But no specific time.
Let me check. Oh yeah, so second stage is in topping. About the countdown, we do not have any time. We're just waiting for them to release.
Usually that would mean a shorter hold. Because if there's no specified time, that means that it's usually not a large amount of time to wait. Or it could mean that they don't have a solid time that they think that they could get it off the ground at. Either way, there's still a high chance that we will be getting off the ground today.
Very high chance now.
Yeah, we are in terminal count. So,
We're
did
in terminal hold.
Oh yeah, terminal hold, but close to very, very close to terminal count, possibly, and I'm not
Very
really
close.
sure what they consider terminal count for this rocket. Um, less venting going on. Yeah, earlier there was a lot of venting. And I believe that's the engine bleed. Famous engine bleed.
Let me check if there's any updates on Twitter. Okay. The launch team is determining our new launch time.
Sounds good.
At least they're still looking for a new launch time.
Yeah, at least it's not committing August 28th, 2022.
At least they're not looking for a new launch date.
Don't say that.
I jinxed it.
No. We don't want that. And 420.
Keep in mind that countdown is for the window opening, not the launch.
Yes, and right now the countdown that you do want to pay attention to is the hold minus countdown for coming from the Spaceflight Now video feed in the corner, top right corner.
Now, before SLS, I've never heard of a hold minus, but that exists.
Yeah, I discovered it existed today, just now about 20 minutes ago.
I did discover that SLS has bad Ethernet switches today.
Yep.
Um,
Oh, a very unnerving fact. So SLS's umbilicals do not actually hold it in place. They're just there to keep it sort of stable. There's only one though. All the rest are for fuel. So it's actually the rocket's weight that holds it down onto the pad.
not do not say that.
Yeah. Well, at least I didn't jinx it.
You might jinx it.
But what am I jinxing?
Maybe that the
Shh.
what can I say?
Don't say
Yeah, I have nothing.
it. It went from dark to darker just then.
Maybe that the umbilicals don't disconnect.
Oh no, they disconnect. Nervous laughter, but they will hopefully disconnect. We have a great history with one of those quick disconnects.
Mhm.
I'm looking at you last launch attempt.
See a lot of failed umbilical disconnections. So let's hope this isn't one of them.
That would
I've
be
jinxed it again.
Yeah, let's not do that again.
But we are like 1 minute and 30 seconds from that window opening.
Yeah, and my hope is to see that hole turn into a countdown when that window opens.
I'm gonna check for updates because that's what I do now.
You're the update guy. You're like
You're
Adrian
just
on NASA spaceflight with all the spreadsheets.
like tabs, but
1 minute.
yeah, I've just got a bunch of tabs open.
Yeah.
I'm checking NASA Twitter, NASA website, NASA everything just for updates.
Let's storm the US government offices to get our rocket info.
Let me call Biden to see how it's going.
Just ring him up, you know. A casual booty call to Biden. He needs to tell us everything about SLS. Right now at least. And 10 seconds until our window opens. And we have our window opened and my countdown stopped.
And yeah, the window is now open. Now they're just looking for a new launch time.
Our
SLS.
hold is held.
SLS would have launched right now, but obviously they have Ethernet issues, or did have Ethernet issues.
Sorry, just looking for something. We get yet another view of venting.
I like the venting because it shows that SLS is actually doing something.
Yeah, it's actually doing something.
Yeah, and not just stuck in a hold at 10 minutes.
Alright, we have a new launch time according to my countdown.
Oh,
I'm not sure if it's correct, but I will put it up anyway. There we go. 24 minutes.
Where was that?
It's what I've got. I'm not sure if it's correct, but I'm putting it there.
Oh, I'm looking any update, but I'm not seeing it.
Well, I mean, at least they've got Ethernet. This is way better than the previous launch attempts, however. So,
100%.
yes.
But SLS is not very reliable, so
Shh.
in launching. So let's hope that this is not this guy again.
It's
So
him
let's hope that this is not as close as we get. Look at this guy with his pre-recorded message.
This is the second time.
Why?
Ah,
Oh, we can't show it on stream, but EDA has some awesome views right now.
EDA.
Everyday astronaut.
Yep. His stream is odd though.
EDA, please give us permission to use your stream.
Please. I'm checking these views right now. I want to see. Who is this?
I don't know who this is, but I recognize his face. I don't know where from, but I just recognize him. Oh, we have kind of an update from NASA.
Yeah, I saw. I think I know what you're talking about. 1:02 a.m. We are now in
Oh,
replenish mode on
yeah.
upper stage for both liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We remain in a hold.
Okay.
I'm not sure where the countdown came from then. It states here on hold, so this is just like, this is not an actual like real launch time that they gave out. It is just an estimation, I guess.
Huh.
Who is this? I'm so confused.
Three big objectives for the agency over the 20 teens.
Yeah, not sure who that is.
I 100% recognize him, I just don't know where from.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
I need to know him.
He looks like a more hairless version of Mentor Pilot.
What? Twitter's just cursed right now.
Everything's cursed right now, even the rocket.
Let's just say I found something really bad about the Ethernet switch.
I'm gonna need
That
to
is-
see that.
It's not related to the countdown, but I'll send it to you.
Oh, that's what I want. I need to see. Anything odd from Twitter is something I want to see.
I have sent it to you.
Well,
Somebody said, was it T-10 is a classic move to build tension?
they're mentally engineering us right now to get it more excited. For when the
At a
countdown
certain
actually-
point, they're doing this on purpose.
They know we want to see it. Moon, moon, moon.
Everybody's excited for the launch. I'm just excited to see that water suppression system.
Oh, water deluge is gonna be interesting.
To see it go out the flame trench.
Oh yeah.
T minus 10 minutes and holding.
Oh,
Whoa. Okay.
you scared me. Whoa.
Oh. We don't keep the NASA stream on full volume anymore. I forgot I had it on.
Oh my god.
My ears. Wow. Okay, see, I'm really annoyed with this guy on my screen here. Your screen mostly, but my screen too. So we're going to replace him.
I've just tried to turn on subtitles on the NASA stream just so I can see what they're saying.
Oh, did you
But
also
of course,
get the curse?
of course it's we.
Yes, we.
Welcome to NASA.
Yes, there we go. That's better. We covered up the pre-recorded speech with this. Awesome. Now we get more SLS.
It
views.
works. Artemis 1, NASA's new moon rocket, hopefully.
Maybe. They should like just hire people to stack and like push things to the moon.
Would be way more reliable than this.
We are over 5% filled for liquid hydrogen and now going to transition to fast fill. That's from 8 hours ago, and why are you showing it to me? No updates yet.
Oh my god.
What?
SLS, please.
Teams to target new launch time 11 minutes ago. I assume. Can we at least get a length for the hold?
You know, feel like doing. I feel like making a pizza whilst this thing just counts down.
That is extremely random.
So we have that browser ready. Click over.
And he's talking.
This guy, if he speaks over the launch, I am.
Well, Spaceflight now has a good history of staying quiet during the launches, so we're okay.
Until it's SLS, and then they're screaming.
I hope no one screams.
In fact, I think Spaceflight now is using NASA audio, so because the guy
well-
sounds exactly the same as the NASA Live guy. Same views and everything.
Configure the rocket.
Yeah, they're not the same.
Oh, I think, yeah. They were using the guy from NASA Live.
Yeah.
I don't know his name, so I'm just gonna call him the guy from NASA Live.
No, that was from the I had the NASA stream on like the side. You can see it. So that's where that audio came from.
Previously using it, now they're just speaking over the guy.
Are there any children?
It's not any children.
Aw.
There is a guy next to a TV trying to get a simulation.
I'm waiting for updates.
This guy from NASA, he's just pointing at an animation of the mission perf. Stop! You just
We know.
launch it then.
If you wanted to go there, it should probably go there.
Yeah.
Foiled again.
I really hope that your countdown is correct.
I really do. That would be great. How would they even get that countdown? It started at 25 minutes. Is it just like an educated guess on how NASA launches usually go? Yeah, so waiting with bated breath for 13 minutes and 10 seconds to pass by. Spaceflight now says awaiting new launch time still on there, so I assume nobody knows.
Hey, you know what?
I'm gonna die inside if when it hits 10 minutes it just goes back to 25.
Oh, no. But you know what? Whilst this counts down, I'm not gonna make a pizza, but I'll make something. So I'll leave you with commentary.
Hmm,
And I'll be back shortly
okay,
with hopefully a countdown
hopefully.
and also food. So I'll be right back.
Alright. And Loki, you still around? I'll take that as a no. Alright. So we're currently waiting for that countdown to hit 10 minutes and dying inside as we do so because it is a very very close very close very close to launch. The countdown has been at 10 minutes on the right side, which is the most accurate countdown for a long time. What? About 55 minutes? I'm not sure. 45, 35, I don't know. But we're about to see if it is true. The one on the left, that is. You can see the trajectory that the rocket will be going on, depending on when it launches. And about 42 seconds left in our launch countdown on the left, which is the wrong one, possibly. In about 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Hoping, just hoping. Okay. I doubt this is right, so do not trust it. It is still going down the counter, so that's not accurate. Do not trust it. So we are still awaiting the official new launch time. It's been about 17 minutes since the last update that we've gotten. Hoping for more. Not much going on right now. Awaiting a new launch time. Trying to wait for anything. Oh, we have a new timer here to add in.
Hello, has there been any Ethernet issues?
We've had hold issues.
Oh,
That's about it.
well, I'm here with my November 6 a.m. ice cream.
It's a very specific ice cream. No updates yet from ground systems. Still.
Uh, yes, it is 6 a.m. for me. I've been awake all night because I'm British. And yeah, this is not gonna be good if it scrubs.
I will rip off a newborn duck's head if it scrubs. I won't do that.
I be happy.
No. Still nothing. Yes, we know what the rocket looks like.
Yeah, green.
I'm just waiting for updates.
Oh,
Oh, what?
we have a new T0.
Oh,
1:45 a.m.
alright, not that bad.
That is about 20
Yes,
minutes from
alright,
now.
my countdown was
Oh.
correct.
Okay,
Alright, awesome. We got
this
it
is
down.
amazing. We are launching today, hopefully.
Hopefully. And hey, uh, you're never gonna believe this. Oh, and you wanna guess why we have been in a hold right now?
No.
I'm gonna tell you why. It's because they were
No.
doing checks because the range was not connected because of the switch
Mm.
issue.
No.
I know, it's terrible. But otherwise, everything seems to be going well.
Oh.
And next, and Spaceflight Now guy is talking. But hopefully we should have a liftoff soon. Spaceflight Now needs to get themselves a countdown clock.
That means are coming up on that go no go poll.
Yes.
So I'm gonna listen on the NASA live stream. You should probably get that up too.
Yep. Here it is. Wait a minute. Okay.
You
I
have
got
to
it.
get visible, I think.
Jesus, I am blind. I can't find it in here.
I think you have to make it visible.
Hold on. I got it.
Oh, you can do that.
Yeah. Whoa. You did not see anything. We are hoping. We are hoping. Is it NASA Live or is it
Okay.
Artemis 1 Launch to the Moon?
Maybe just unmute the spaceflight now.
Alright.
Because we're getting the we're getting it right now.
Alright.
We're just waiting.
Here we go.
Yes.
You can see a view inside. NASA reports that they're still expecting a target launch time to be set somewhere around 1:45 to 2 a.m. Eastern Time. But no specific launch time has been set yet. Another constraint that the NASA managers are weighing as they determine a new target launch time are cutouts in the launch window. There are 40 so-called COLAs, or collision avoidance cutouts in the window. They range from just a couple of seconds in length up to about 2 minutes in length. So there are 40 cutouts that are in the launch window that are set at specific times to ensure that the rocket, both the core stage as it flies through space, as well as the upper stage in Orion as they fly through space, don't get too close to any other object in orbit. These calculations are made with the assistance of the flight dynamics team at NASA's Johnson Space Center, as well as data from the U.S. military, which tracks all objects in Earth orbit. Now less than 2 minutes remaining until the poll of the mission management team for terminal countdown operations and launch.
And that's what we've been waiting for an hour.
Yeah.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding just reported there are no constraints to launch at this time.
Proceed at this time.
I copy all entity. At this time, I will proceed with my poll. And attention on 232, this is the launch director performing the final poll for launch. Verify no constraints and go for launch. EGS, Program Chief Engineer.
EGS Program Chief Engineer verifies that the EGS, SLS, and Orion Program Chief Engineers have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, Greg. Thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The EGS CSO verifies the SLS, Orion, and EGS CSOs have no constraints and are go for launch.
Copy, John. Thank you. Range weather.
Weather has no constraints and weather is go for launch.
Copy, LWO. and Mission Manager. And Mission Manager, Launch Director.
Launch Director, Mission Manager on 232. The mission management team has been pulled. You have a go to proceed with terminal count and launch of Artemis 1.
I copy all. Thank you. And NTD, Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. On behalf of all the men and women across our great nation who have worked to bring this hardware together to make this day possible, and for the Artemis generation, this is for you. At this time, I give you a go to resume count and launch Artemis 1.
Copy, Launch Director, and thank you. All right, we do have a couple of steps to configure, and then we will be ready to resume the clock. CVSE, NTD.
CVSC here.
Initiate recording of Orion cameras at this time.
In work.
NTD.
RSR here.
Perform the booster ignition SNA arm rotation enable.
NDT, RSR, booster ignition SNA arm and rotation enable is complete.
And I copy. Thank you. All right, and all personnel, we are going to resume the clock here momentarily.
You've been listening to the voices from Launch Control, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, and Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. All stations.
My heart is now 300
Okay,
BPM.
Loki, give your opinions on that. Wow. We now are in terminal count
Oh my.
in a second at least. There we go. We got 10 minutes. My countdown's a little bit wrong.
Oh, apparently clock resumed.
Yep.
Yeah, it resumed. Okay, here we
go.
go. Oh my. This is. Oh my.
Oh, this is a long time coming. Oh my god. I'm typing vigorously. Here we go. We are going. See, now it hits completely different when they say Artemis 1 is go for launch.
Artemis 1 is go for launch. Okay.
Wow.
We're 9 minutes from launch.
A
Oh
lot
my.
just happened. Wow.
We're officially 9 minutes from this
Okay.
this thing lifting off.
If you're
NASA's most powerful rocket ever.
actually most
lifting
powerful
off.
rocket ever. The
For
most powerful
a month.
rocket in history. 8 minutes and 40 seconds until it graces the skies with its presence. That's my speech.
My speech is just
Yes.
thank you, Ethernet cables. That's all I have to say.
I hate you, Ethernet cable.
I hate you, but I love
Yes.
you now.
All right. Updated launch time for me over here. I will put that in right now.
Oh,
Okay, here we go.
oh,
There we go. Updated launch time in the top left. Where is it? There it goes.
I have to do something real quick. Okay,
Celebrate.
I am back.
Alright, there we go. Updated launch time. Oh
I-
my god, I can't believe this. We are in terminal count, everybody. We are
No
getting ready to launch
way.
into space with Artemis 1 and the SLS rocket.
It's going now.
Oh my god.
It's going. It's going.
This hits completely different now.
No scrub.
Oh, don't say that yet.
Nah, it's fine. It's going.
Wow, okay. So, liftoff is scheduled for, oh my god, I haven't said that in a long time. Liftoff is scheduled for 1:47 a.m. EST in 7 minutes. 6 minutes.
Oh,
Wow.
no, this is insane.
We need to have mission control audio from Spaceflight Now feed. So once we get 1 minute, I will mute all of our audio streams. We'll still be going crazy in the back channel, but you guys enjoy the launch. Wow, I'm shaking right now. Are you shaking? I guess I'm the only one shaking.
I am also shaking. Right
Okay,
now.
okay, I'm not the only one shaking. All right.
This is insane. Oh my
Coming up at
god.
T-minus 6 minutes, the Orion spacecraft will be transitioned to internal power.
Orion is on internal
The
power.
Orion spacecraft's ascent abort pyros are also being armed at this line.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
Core
And
stage
we've heard the call that the
pressurization.
ground launch
Getting ready
sequencer
for
is go
transfer
for
flight.
core stage tank
Oh my
pressurization.
god.
Yes.
I can't believe.
All right. Just an info. Just for information, I am going to turn off our feeds at 1 minute on the stream, the live stream. Once it hits 1 minute on our countdown, that is when it actually launches. But due to the delay, we're going to keep it separated. So be known, if it reaches 0 on our countdown, we have most likely launched and start celebrating.
Oh my god.
I am trembling.
Ugh.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
It's going. That's. Oh my.
This is gonna be beautiful, by the way.
GLS
5
go
minutes.
for FTS
Well,
arm.
under 5 minutes.
The roar of the 4 mighty RS-25D engines there, and the 2 insane boosters, biggest that are currently in use, I believe.
This is
Now
just
inside of 5
insane.
minutes remaining
GLS
until
go
launch
for
time.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
High flow bleed check, that is
We've heard
good.
calls in the last couple of minutes that pressurization is underway on the core stage propellant tanks.
I'm shaking. Oh,
I
wow.
am so. This is.
Oh my god.
This. Oh my
NASA has
god.
confirmed that the 4
There is
RS-25 engines are
so many
conditioned for
pings
launch.
everywhere.
They're at the proper temperature.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wait.
No way.
Oh my, can you hear it in me? Yeah, you can hear it in my voice.
Yes.
GLS is go
This
for
is
core stage
not
APU
happening.
start.
Now the 4
No.
core
T-minus
stage
3
auxiliary
minutes
power
to
units or
launch.
KPUs are being
I can barely keep
fired
my
up at
composure
the
right now.
launch pad. These are the hydraulic power systems that power the steering mechanisms on the 4 RS-25 engines.
You
at
can
the base
hear
of
it
the
in
core stage.
Spaceflight Now guy. He's also shook right now. Wow. You can see engine bleeds taking place, or fuel bleed, something. I don't know. I cannot think right now.
Something bleed. Okay.
Yes, there's some.
It's launching. I don't care. Oh, this is insane.
So
This is
our next milestones.
absolutely insane.
Our next
In the next few
milestones are
moments, we
a
should see
go
the
for
steering
launch
profile
call-outs.
check of the 4 RS-25 engines.
GLS is go for purge sequence 4.
Press sequence 4.
Call from ground launch sequencer controller that they are go for purge sequence 4.
Wow.
Inside of 3 minutes until launch.
I'm going crazy.
I am. Oh my.
Pressurization now underway on the core stage liquid oxygen tank.
Bro, I'm shaking so much.
It's because this is crazy. It's the most powerful rocket ever launched.
T-minus 2.5 minutes. And there we have the engine
2.5 minutes.
on the core stage. The KPUs
Oh, look at that
core stage
gimbal!
auxiliary
The
power
engines are
units,
gimbling.
driving thrust vector
Oh.
actuators
TVC
to
control check
check the
is
steering
successful by
profile
looks
of
of
the
it.
RS-25 engines.
The gimbal.
And 1 minute 50 seconds till launch, real time.
I can't do
Gimbal
this,
test
man.
was
generate
It's
about
successful.
half a
insane.
million pounds of
Gimbal
thrust
test was
apiece,
successful on the 4 hours,
burning
25
liquid
minutes
oxygen
launch
and liquid
internal
hydrogen.
stage. And 1
Internal
minute.
power, I believe. I don't know. I can't listen. I can't
All right,
comprehend
all right.
anything.
I will now mute the back channels and let you guys enjoy this.
Okay.
T-minus 1 minute 40 seconds. The core stage will be transitioning to internal battery power momentarily.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
T-minus 60 seconds, 1 minute remaining until the launch of NASA's Artemis 1 lunar test flight. Mission Control in Houston will take control of the Orion spacecraft and the launch after liftoff. At T-minus 30 seconds, the ALS, the Autonomous Launch Sequencer on the Space Launch System, will take control of the countdown from the Ground Launch Sequencer.
GLS is go for ALS.
And there's the transition to Automated Launch Sequencer, 30 seconds to go. Ignition of the 4 RS-25 engines is planned at T-minus 6 seconds.
20. 15.
T-minus 10 seconds.
GLS is go for core
Hydrogen
stage
igniters
engine
have
start.
fired. There's the sound suppression water system. RS-25 engine ignition. Booster ignition. And liftoff of the Space Launch System, Artemis 1, on the way to the moon.
Five engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour.
Space Launch System arcing toward the east from Kennedy Space Center.
Oh my god, alright, yeah.
8.8 billion
Since
pounds
they're
of
talking
ground
over it, we're
shaking
talking
thrust.
over it
30
too.
seconds into the flight of Artemis 1.
Oh my god.
Okay. The vehicle to pass through max Q about 1 minute.
We're hearing a big rumble here at the press site about 4 miles from the pad.
No.
Look at the.
Oh, please, everything
Look
go
at
well.
that plume.
Please.
Yes! It's lighting up the night sky. You can see.
Oh my god, look at that!
Oh my god!
Oh, no
This
way.
is pure chaos and I love it.
You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of
Oh,
maximum
that's
thrust
amazing. I can.
in the loops in mission
I
control.
am shaking the most I've ever in my entire life.
Core stage
I
engines
never
are
got the
throttling
chance
down,
to see a
passing
shuttle
through
launch.
max
This is
Q.
as close as it gets for me.
I've never witnessed a shuttle launch.
Well, we couldn't. Wow.
Now 1
That's
minute 21 seconds
amazing.
into the flight, traveling at
is amazing. Do we
1,420
get one more
miles per hour.
chaos?
The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum
Crying.
thrust.
My
Do we get-
god.
Oh.
The next major milestone will be
No
40
way
rocket
this thing
boosters
has
will
went.
come out and jettison at about 2 minutes
No
and 11 seconds
way.
into the flight, so about 30 seconds
I
from
don't
now.
even care. I don't even care if we get on more
Again,
cameras or
quiet
not.
here
This is
in
good.
Mission Control
Oh,
Houston
you
as
can
teams
see
continue
plume
monitoring
expansion
flight
via
logs.
higher.
Oh, look at that. It's so beautiful.
Powerful
Now
solar
60
boosters
miles
and
down
Space
the
Launch
launch
System.
pad, Kennedy
We're
Space
now
Center,
20
traveling at
seconds from the
2,800
expected
miles per
burnout
hour.
Oh
of the 2
my
solid rocket boosters as they
god.
will jettison to fall into the
That
Atlantic
is
Ocean.
beautiful
They will not be
tracking.
recovered
Standing
until
by for
this
solid rocket
And
booster
you can see the
jettison shortly
rocket
thereafter.
sending up higher into the atmosphere.
My-
Booster separation in a
Where's the-
second, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure. I
There
can't
is
tell what's going
burnout
on.
and jettison.
Booster
Both solid
separation.
rocket boosters have separated.
Confirmation that the solid rocket
Yes.
boosters
Space
are
You can see
separated.
RS-25.
that looks amazing.
You can see the RS-25s are still continuing.
It's
their power.
separated.
Now the core
Oh
stage
my
continues to
god.
power the
Stage will
flight
burn.
of
They have
Orion
separated
All-Star
successfully.
RS-25 engines.
Look at those 4
Oh
hours.
my god.
What
What?
the? Oh my.
Amazing. That is amazing.
Look at those SRBs.
This is
Oh my God.
amazing. Wow.
They're going dark. Oh my.
Whoa. Do we get onboard
Nah,
cameras?
this is insane. It looks like they're just tracking it. I really want onboard cameras though.
Okay, we got more tracking. Is this SFN or sorry, that is the wrong website. Spaceflight Now, yes. Okay.
No way.
All right, we are currently on SRB separation. That is our.
Oh, we got onboard views, I think.
We do. Oh yes, we do.
Oh,
Yeah,
lost
we
them.
got onboard view. Oh,
Oh.
they dropped out. I don't care.
Oh, well,
The Ethernet cable. The Ethernet cable.
that Ethernet cable, no.
Oh my god, I'm shaking.
I am as well so much.
Wow.
No way.
Oh wow.
T plus 4 minutes already. What?
This went so much faster than the countdown. I am
Yeah.
trembling. Wow. Oh my god. Side note. You know how people before were like, this is terrible, NASA, your rocket sucks? I'm looking in the NASA live chat right now and everyone is going crazy. Amazing.
I can't believe this.
This is amazing.
No.
We have a 3D animation. We have a 3D animation of the Artemis 1 moon rocket. Oh, SLS.
Oh my.
Orange rocket, good. Oh. Oh.
Seriously.
Oh wow.
After years of delay, after several failed launch attempts,
Once I found out about this
SLS
mission, I've
is
been
finally in the air.
wow. I cannot breathe.
I could not at liftoff. My heart right now, I'm literally feeling it. It is
For me,
so fast right now.
it's not my heart right now. Right now, it's my breathing. Oh.
I can't keep track of breathing.
I can't. What's going on? Holy. Wow.
God.
That looked amazing. Oh, we still have views of the launch pad after liftoff here. Let me pull one of those up. Here we go. Sorry about that. There.
Millions find a low-cost
Shut
health plan
up.
at healthcare.gov so they can
No,
enjoy
they
more
don't.
visits.
I love ads.
This. Now it's just becoming a white dot in the sky.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna have to rewatch this so many times to comprehend that this happened.
I know. Just make sure to rewatch this stream to promote it.
Yep.
Alright, so we still have views of the launch pad, of the mobile launch platform after SLS has exited our view. Wow, okay, there's our 3D animation, and the view of the launch pad is in the
When I saw those rofies, I knew this thing was going.
Oh yeah, rofies are a surefire sign. For me, the stream was delayed, so you like tricked me into it. Wow. And these RS-25 engines will burn us all the way, almost all the way to orbit.
Yeah, I heard that. Apparently, it could easily reach orbit by itself.
Wow.
They're just purposefully aiming for a suborbital ascent.
This is amazing. You can see the smoking mobile launch platform after that amazing launch.
Oh my god.
I can't believe
I was
this went
here.
this
I was here.
I was here. Yeah, I was here.
Well, I wasn't there, but I was here.
We were as close as we could get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, please. I mean, I've got so much, but please give us onboard cams.
I know, it can't be that difficult. SpaceX does it all the time.
I'm just gonna be tracking this for the whole
Oh my god.
duration.
It's not just SpaceX either, like ULA does it, it's all that kind of stuff. It's not just SpaceX.
Separation. We have separation.
We have
we have Miko in separation.
We have SLS separation and we have ICPS ignition.
We have some. Bro.
Are we going to do a apogee kick where we wait till apogee and then the RL-10 ignites?
I can't believe that.
I'm trying to be a good host right now. Wow.
I cannot be a good host. I just.
That was an amazing view when it launched.
Oh my god, I'm looking at SLS. Oh my god, I can't even speak. I'm looking at NSF's view of the liftoff. Oh my god.
Oh, I need to see what theirs looked like. Hold on, I'm looking right now.
Oh, it sounds amazing. No way.
Oh, the sound, there was a ton of crackling. Amazing. Okay, I'm watching the NSF view of this.
What?
What?
This is... Okay, whilst we wait for this to reach apogee, I'm just gonna watch the views.
Oh yeah, I'm rewatching stuff right now.
No, I just...
God, I can't believe this just happened. I really can't.
What did it?
Massive win for NASA. Good job, everyone on the Artemis team.
Oh my god.
Rofi ignition, that's how you know it's all about to happen.
I can't believe I witnessed that.
God. Wow! Oh my god! NASA spaceflight's view, amazing.
Yes! NASA spaceflight's view was the best.
Yes! Oh my god.
Oh
they have some of the best photographers, the best space photographers out there. And I can tell in their footage.
Oh my god, I just realized something.
What?
Cosmic Perspective is out there. I think.
Yes.
I think Cosmic Perspective might be out there.
Oh my god, yes. If Cosmic Perspective is out there, we are good. T plus 10 minutes, 37 seconds in the Artemis 1 mission. We are making our way back to the moon, hopefully. Wow.
Let's just...
Oh my god.
It's nighttime right now, so if you want to, go outside, look at the moon, and know this rocket's going there. There's a rocket on its way there right now.
And that rocket has been waiting for 3 months to launch, and it just did in front of our own eyes. Well, for everyone who was watching the stream, which I don't think was anyone at the time that it launched. You guys just missed something, so don't blame us on it.
There's always a replay.
Yeah, there's always a replay. I am extremely happy right now.
Same here. I
can't describe it. Loki?
Is Loki?
Loki, are you here? Did you watch it? Did you see it?
Oh my god.
Did you see it launch?
Yeah, I cannot wait.
How was that?
It was cool. I can say some of them.
It was cool, guys. Average public opinion. Well, you can go to bed now if you want to, but I'm not.
I am not going to bed. I am going to use this opportunity to stay up all day and attempt to fix my
I need to
schedule.
go to school tomorrow. Tomorrow will be today just later, so I need to go to sleep, but I'm waiting for ICPS ignition.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
And after this, we have ABL.
Yeah, very, very exciting compared to this. No disrespect to ABL, that was insane though.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wow.
Oh my god.
That was incredible.
Oh my god. I'm looking at everyone's reaction to this thing right now. Oh my god.
Oh, I think it's safe to say that launch was successful.
There are people already sending images that they got. I gotta what? What?
Oh.
What?
I'm okay. This person.
I am speechless. I am speechless. These images are amazing.
What did you see? Did you send it in real space?
Let me check.
You gotta put it there.
I sent it in DMs. But
okay.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Okay, I'm putting
Trevor Moment.
All right, Trevor Moment, everyone. I'm putting this picture on screen. This is incredible. I am putting this picture on screen so you all can admire it. Everyone, this rocket just launched. Can't believe it. Whoa. Okay. Here it is.
This just happened.
Here it is.
This just happened. This is not an animation anymore. This is real.
Wow. So here is this image, and this really gives the whole thing gravity. Trevor Mallman, everyone. Look at that. That is beautiful. Thank you to all the photographers who weren't just feasting their eyes on the beautiful launch, by the way, and taking pictures for us.
I'm still seeing memes about that Ethernet thing, even after the launch.
Yeah, you can't make memes now because it launched. Wow. Good luck, SLS, you said. In your, Oh my god.
Okay, you can check real space. I'm sending the lot that I find.
I have a new status on Discord. Whoa, my god. Who would win?
The MC reactions. Oh my god.
This is crazy. Oh my god. Okay, so NASA Spaceflight has a vote poll in their chat. How are you feeling? A happy mess, I'm pleased, or I'm melting with emotion? I'm going for I'm melting with emotion.
Yeah, I am not just pleased. I am more than pleased.
Oh, I'm more than pleased.
This is what I mean. Look at the NSF live stream right now. They just have a view of that moon. Like, that's just the craziest part. They're looking at the moon right now, just knowing that there's gonna be a rocket there in 3 days.
You know, since we were streaming this, I wasn't able to watch a NASA Spaceflight stream. I'm going to watch their stream.
Yeah, I saw the view on Twitter afterwards, and it was amazing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, check Twitter.
Oh my god, there's so many views coming in right now. I'm getting so many pictures.
I'm gonna look up hashtag Artemis. That took a moment to load.
Oh my god.
I wonder what EDA thinks of this.
Wow. Wow, Michael Baylor got a
EDA's
really good
view.
shot.
EDA's view.
Yeah, that's the view I was watching from.
Oh my god, the liftoff view. Yes. Oh, that's amazing.
Just so you know, I did not have audio. I have not heard what it sounded like yet.
Oh, it was amazing.
I did not hear it yet.
I heard it on my side. It was crackling just like how the shuttle launches sound. Exactly the same.
I just saw this.
Oh no.
Check real space. I just saw this. One of the SRPs off. Or but oh
I
my
don't care.
god.
Oh,
I
the
don't.
Baylor picture.
Yeah, the Michael
Wow.
Baylor picture is amazing.
All the NASA spaceflight people
People
take
are
pictures. Take
already
pictures.
sending videos from their view in Florida.
Oh my god.
No.
I got some pictures from the KSP Discord server. I will send them all in real space. You look at those. Oh, wow.
Look what I'm about to send. Oh.
This is from... Oh, what?
People got so lucky with
Wow.
these shots.
Oh my god. This person lives in, I think, Titusville. This person lives in Titusville. Look at this. Oh, it's too big to send. Okay, I need to do it with the link. Alright. This is insanity. Look at this.
Oh my
It looks like the sun.
It just lit up the sky.
Oh, wow.
My life is complete.
Oh.
This completed it for me.
Oh, I can die now.
Yeah, same here. Now that I've seen this thing lift off after years and years of delay.
Oh
I'm ready.
See, now this really pains me, but I probably have to go because it's really late where I am.
That's
and
fine.
later for you, but honestly, after what just happened, it's all fine.
Bro.
Oh.
Well, you have.
I can't talk. Do you know how hard it was to keep my composure when they said go for a launch that we're launching?
Oh god.
Oh.
This was insane.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
after this thing is lifted off,
That all just happened.
I guess we'll have to update in the Discord server.
We'll probably make a video update after this happens.
Yeah.
Because this is actually so big. It's such a big event that it deserves it. Alright.
So yeah, you have a good sleep. Try to
We both
comprehend
need
that
to
this
get
has
off.
happened.
Thank you so much, NASA. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I think we're about to miss something if we came off right now. I think we just saw a live view. We just saw the opening of the solar panels.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there's a camera on the
Yes,
solar
there
panels.
is.
That camera.
It's so good quality. Or high
Oh my god, you
quality.
can see the frost on the stage.
Yes, it's the ICPS then. I think.
Oh my.
Where's the ESM Carolox? I'm not sure.
Oh my god. Oh, look at the
okay.
Earth. There's a view coming up. Look at the Earth.
Yes.
Oh my.
Oh, look at the RCS thrusters.
Oh my god, this looks like something you'd see on the ISS.
This
but no,
looks like
this
KSP. Oh, look at the
like,
back of
look
the
at
solar
the-
panel.
Oh.
Wow, okay. So the ESM is hypergolic, so it does not use combustible like on their own fuels. Doesn't matter. Now we know that that right there is the ICPS, so we know the orientation that we're looking at. Wow. I'm in shock. I'm gonna cry. Whoa.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I was losing hope when they were holding holding it. Because I never expected this to actually launch.
I just
At least today.
Yeah. I just didn't think it was gonna launch. I thought there was just gonna be an abort any second. I was just waiting for it. And no, it lifted off. Here it is. It's in space.
We got the launch director doing a whole speech about the Artemis generation.
Oh,
amazing.
This is exactly how I would have thought it would go.
Yes, it is.
There is not going to be a jinx in me saying this. This is not going to fail. This thing is going to the moon. This thing is going. We're getting that capsule back.
I hope you're right. Yeah, if the capsule does make it back, they will be reusing components from it in Artemis 2.
Which will be amazing. When Artemis 2 actually launches.
Wow.
Now here's the point where SLS turns into
a real rocket.
Yeah, an operational rocket. And
oh my god. What about instead of us for a second, we look at the team that just got a mountain of data.
Oh,
so they can optimize the launches even more now.
Yeah, so far, right? This has gone perfectly, I think. I don't have the data, but from what I'm seeing, this went like smoothly.
Oh, the launch was beautiful.
The launch, oh my, that was the best thing I have ever seen.
And I think that confirmed our thoughts at the start of the stream that SLS has high TWR. It flew off.
Yeah. I said that I was gonna find out if it has a high thrust weight ratio.
Right.
Yes, it does.
It does. Oh, this is something else.
They got a black and white camera on there.
That reminds me of the old Apollo 11 footage. First person on the moon.
I just can't wait for them to go around the moon in this thing.
I can't wait for them to land on the moon.
Apparently they're gonna have a like a selfie stick kind of camera, so that's gonna just show the whole thing next to the moon, and that's just gonna look amazing.
I hope they do.
I think I heard them say that, so if they do, oh my god, that's gonna look amazing.
Any picture from Orion going around the moon is gonna be amazing.
Let me check Cosmic Perspective if they've posted anything.
It just launched. But if
Not to post anything, but anything that they've said. They've said wow. They've said wow. That's it.
Oh my god.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
We're both crying. Internally or externally, it's happening. Oh. And this and then in a little bit, Starship Orbital. Oh my god.
Oh, Starship Orbital. Now, Starship Orbital is starting to look a bit more real to me.
Oh yeah.
Just because this thing is lifted off of this.
Listen, if SLS can make it off, Starship can too.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to find everything.
Okay.
Yeah. We're probably gonna have to wrap up this stream.
Oh yeah.
But
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this with the NASA live stream on overnight, because it's for sure going to be covering this exact thing the whole time. So that is commentary signing off for today. Goodbye from both of us in 3, 2, 1. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh my god.
The moon in particular.
Samantha, what are you most excited about for Artemis 1?
Seeing that gigantic rocket take off, and I think it will be just, a sign of all those great things to come.
Jessica, you could one day walk on the moon as part of the Artemis program. How does that make you feel?
The idea of being able to explore the surface of another planetary body, especially for me as a geologist and a planetary geologist specifically, is just super exciting. All of the science that we're going to be able to conduct from the surface of the moon.
Jessica, Samantha, thank you so much. And before you go, I'd love to see a flip. We laugh, I love it. And a double backflip at that. Now, Kayla, you, of course, lived and worked on the International Space Station as part of Crew 3. Do you enjoy, or did you enjoy doing all those science experiments while you were there? It's a lot of hard work.
Yeah, it's incredible to be a part of every single experiment. It's an honor to play a small role in it. We got to do some really cool tech demonstrations while we were up there too. So for me as an engineer, that was really fun. That's a photo of me doing the first scanning electron microscope samples on the International Space Station. And it was cool for me because I worked with a scanning electron microscope in my graduate school research that took up it was as big as this desk.
Oh.
But seeing a miniaturized version of those that we have up there, and imagining how we could use it in a lunar or Martian laboratory to better analyze samples and decide what to bring home was really exciting.
Yeah, and you touched on this earlier before, but I do think it's just so important to note again that you're doing science for scientists who've been working on their studies for decades, some of them. So to fulfill that, how does that make you feel?
It's incredible. We're almost like their laboratory technicians for that little moment in time, but they've been working their entire life, sometimes decades, years, to get that science payload up there. And it's a really unique laboratory environment. The microgravity environment, the space environment, the radiation environment, like you heard talked about in those videos, provides an opportunity to do science that we just can't do here on Earth.
Yeah, and to think that what we do on the International Space Station can fuel future Artemis missions, I think the fact that they go hand in hand is really cool. All right, so let's take some more social media questions. Social media is buzzing right now since we launched about 48 minutes ago. So why don't we take the first question, I think again from let's see, Kayla, how do you feel after launch?
Super inspired. I mean, we talked about it earlier with the Red Crew and in the moments just after launch, but this is really the culmination of a giant team effort. It takes every single member of our team to pull off a successful launch. It's incredibly complicated, incredibly challenging, and in some cases kind of dangerous for a Red Crew team who went inside the blast danger area to make a fix that was critical to today's launch. And so to see the team succeed and feel that excitement was incredible.
I really still have Charlie Blackwell Thompson's words ringing in my head. The fact that she said the harder the climb, the better the view.
Absolutely.
100% correct. All right, next question is from actor Jack Black. He starred in a movie called Apollo 10.5. He has a question for Kayla.
Okay, Jack's final question, I promise. Let's talk about Orion. How long will it take for Orion to fly around the moon and come home? And what's that re-entry gonna be like? Sounds like it might be a little hot. Coming in hot.
You're exactly right, Jack. It is a 26-day mission that we have planned for Artemis, where it will go to the moon, go into a distant retrograde orbit, so we'll get a few close flybys and then some time in deep space past the moon. And then, yeah, that re-entry is going to be something else. It's going to be 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, super hot. And so we'll be looking at how the heat shield performs just to ensure that it'll be able to protect the crew for that speed and temperature.
That's half as hot as the sun.
Yes, it's incredibly hot, so we rely on that heat shield to keep our systems and our crew safe, but we expect that it'll perform well, but we're excited to see how it does in about 26 days.
Okay. One last question from social media. What qualifications are required to become an astronaut?
You have to study STEM. You have to have a master's degree or higher in a STEM field. But besides that, we're looking for people who are awesome team players. So there's a lot of different roads to become an astronaut.
We seem to be getting a lot of questions about how people themselves can become astronauts. I think that's really cool that we might see and inspire, again, people who might think about becoming astronauts.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you, Kayla, and thank you for those who sent in those questions. We are about 50 minutes after the launch of Artemis 1, and we are approaching the next critical milestone. That's perigee raise maneuver. So let's head back over to Leah in Mission Control.
Thanks, Megan. And you're right, we are coming up on perigee raise maneuver about 2 minutes from now. We are now 51 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1 after lifting off at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center. The vehicle now traveling over 14,600 miles per hour. So during Orion's orbit of Earth, it reaches an apogee and a perigee. The apogee is the highest point above Earth's surface, and the perigee is the lowest. Therefore, this perigee raise maneuver is a firing of the ICPS RL-10 engine, and it's going to raise the lowest point of Orion's orbit over Earth. This also included a checkout of Orion's systems and any adjustments to the solar arrays. All 4 of those solar arrays, as you can see, are swept back. That's going to keep them from having any loads imparted that might damage them for use later in the mission. This also, the perigee raise maneuver, will put us in the proper position for the translunar injection burn. That's that really big and long burn that we need to send us to the moon. We're about 1 minute away from the perigee raise maneuver. This is a shorter burn. It's less than 30 seconds. About 45 seconds until the perigee raise maneuver. Coming up on 53 minutes into today's mission, and we are standing by for the start of the perigee raise maneuver. Again, this is a firing of the RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. It's less than 30 seconds long. And we have confirmation of perigee raise maneuver ignition and full thrust. This is a live view from the spacecraft. Again, a really short burn. We're standing by for the cutoff. And we have confirmation of perigee raise maneuver cutoff. Flight Dynamics Officer reporting on the loops here at Mission Control Houston that it was a good burn. We are now 54 minutes into the flight, Orion traveling 14,700 miles per hour, and that was the perigee raise maneuver, lifting the lowest part of Orion's orbit around the Earth and putting us right where we want to be for the translunar injection burn. We're looking for that translunar injection burn to happen about 1 hour and 26 minutes after launch, so about 30 minutes from now. That'll be that long burn that helps us break free from the pull of Earth's gravity and commits the spacecraft to a lunar trajectory. So with successful completion of the perigee raise maneuver, I'm going to toss it back to Megan at KSC.
No, keep it.
I hope you didn't miss it, but if you did, we have a quick replay of the launch here.
Sound suppressor water now flowing
15.
under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through.
Now to celebrate Artemis 1's successful liftoff is NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Administrator, you got to share what you just told Kayla and I. You said that that was the biggest flame you've ever seen.
That's the biggest flame I've ever seen. It's the most acoustical shock wave that I had ever experienced. We were out on the roof of the Launch Control Center, and I'm telling you, you definitely knew that there was some energy being expended over there.
So what does it mean to you to be the leader of our organization for a historic launch like this? We've been talking about the team it takes to get this done. How does it feel to be at the helm of that ship?
Well, I got to talk to the Launch Control Center team, and I said to them, you all are a part of a great legacy that has been many, many years coming, a lot of sweat and tears, and this legacy is now taking us as we explore the heavens. And it didn't end with Apollo 17, but this time we're going back and we're going to learn a lot of what we have to, and then we're going to Mars with humans.
Why is it such a priority for the agency to land the first woman and first person of color on the moon through this Artemis program?
Well, I think it's reflective of us. It's reflective of America. We are people, our Latin emblem is E pluribus unum. In the chamber of the United States Senate, over that main door is E pluribus unum, out of many, one. And so our astronaut corps reflects that. And it's going to be the first boots back on the moon are going to be the first woman and the next man.
Yeah. And another goal of the Artemis program is to spur economic development. Can you talk to us about how this program has been able to do that for the country?
Well, if you put it in NASA's economic report terms, it's billions of dollars affecting the economy, almost 400,000 jobs. But that's just direct. Think of all the indirect expenditures that are causing the economy to rise and more jobs. For example, what you guys are doing on the station, a lot of your research. Take, for example, the pharmaceutical research. You're helping already one drug that's being manufactured on Earth better because of what you learned in space, and that drug is attacking cancer. Now, what's the value of that? That's just additional value that is added. I remind everybody, in everybody's pocket, they've got a cell phone, and that's got a camera. And that's a camera on a chip that came out of the NASA space program.
That's right.
That Absolutely. In addition to those innovative new technologies and the economic impact, I think for me, seeing this launch today, it's so palpable, just that human desire to explore. What do you think about what we're doing to inspire the Artemis and the generations to follow us?
Well, I think all you have to do is walk into a classroom of kids and look how their eyes get big when you start talking about space. And that is going to multiply itself many-fold as we go back to the moon and then on to Mars. It's also going to bring about a new generation of engineers and mathematicians and technologists and scientists, and all the benefits of that additional activity and education coming out of the Artemis generation. Look what that's going to do for our country and our economy, as well as for our international partners. And it's a great day.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Administrator, thank you so much for joining us for this momentous occasion. As you said, this is the beginning of a new age in space exploration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And Kayla, that's going to do it for us here at the host desk. Launch was just the first step in a nearly 26-day mission. Our colleagues in Houston will now continue the broadcast to bring you the next big milestone to the moon. From Kayla and me, have a great day, and go Artemis 1.
Go Artemis.
And we had a great ride to orbit today. We are now 1 hour and 2 minutes since we launched the Artemis 1 mission. Orion is traveling with the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, now almost 15,000 miles per hour. We recently saw the perigee raise maneuver. That's where we lifted the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth, and it puts us in the perfect position to prepare us for translunar injection burn coming up in about 25 minutes. So again, we are looking forward to that translunar injection burn. That's what it's going to commit us to our journey to the moon. And to tell us a little bit more about the translunar injection burn, we've got Dan Hewitt standing by to show us on the moon board how it's all going to go down.
Hey, thanks, Leah. Everybody, welcome back to the moon board. So translunar injection, this is the big one. Just a refresher, we're going to be using this, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is what's taken over for all of our in-space propulsion maneuvers after that core stage and those boosters have since dropped away. Modified upper stage from the Delta IV family of rockets from United Launch Alliance, hydrogen, oxygen, fueling the RL-10B-2 engine produces about 24,000 pounds of thrust in a vacuum. Now, the translunar injection is what's going to give us the energy to go from low Earth orbit all the way out here. Now, what does that mean? Here comes a really overly simplified orbital mechanics lesson. Let's say you're in orbit around a planet, say Earth, and you're in a nice circular orbit, but you want to have that orbit be even higher. Well, what you can do is fire your engine behind you, increase your speed, and that then increases the corresponding apogee, or the highest point of your orbit, on the other side, and that's how you raise it up. Well, if you wanted to make it into a nice circle, you could follow up and do another burn right here, and that would raise your perigee, or your lowest point, and then you're in a circular orbit around Earth. That's essentially called a Hohmann transfer. If you've ever followed our missions to the space station, that's what we're doing to kind of gradually raise our orbit until we get to the space station. But for this, we're talking about a lot more energy to get somewhere a lot farther away. So what we're essentially doing is we're going to be in this circular orbit around planet Earth, and we are going to be firing that engine with 24,000 pounds of thrust for about 18 minutes. And what that does is it doesn't just increase your apogee by a little, it increases it all the way out, and it's timed. So by the time Orion is hitting its apogee, the highest point of that orbit, the moon will have moved into position that you're entering into its sphere of influence. You're entering into that area where the lunar gravity is going to be able to capture you. And so that's why we're firing the engine for that long. We need to have that much thrust, that much time to get the energy to go out there. So that's the rough orbital mechanics of what we're doing. Now, after that TLI burn is done, the ICPS is going to separate. Its job largely done in the Artemis 1 mission. As we heard, it's got some secondary payloads up in this stage adapter here that it's going to deploy on its way out. The ICPS will have one more burn after TLI called a disposal burn. And what that's going to do is put it on a trajectory almost looking parallel to that of Orion, where it's going to go around the moon, slingshot away, and then go into what's called a heliocentric orbit. It's actually going to go into orbit around the sun, just like Earth. It's going to leave the Earth-Moon system completely. And then after that, all of the propulsion duties get handed over to the European Service Module. So it'll be using its engines. It's going to do the outbound trajectory correction burn, at least the first one on flight day 1, and a couple more until we get out to the moon and get ready to head into distant retrograde orbit. So that's TLI. It's coming up next. It's going to be a really big moment to pay attention to. So we'll send it back over to Leah to walk us through the ops. Leah.
Thanks, Dan. We are 1 hour, 6 minutes, and 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 15,200 miles per hour. Again, we've recently had the perigee raise maneuver, and in less than 20 minutes now, we'll be looking for the translunar injection burn that Dan just showcased that's going to send us to the moon. But our mission started off with an epic show from the Space Launch System. Again, the Space Launch System is what carried us into orbit today, launching off at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. And we've got a couple of special guests from Marshall Space Flight Center. We have Bruce Tiller, the Solid Rocket Booster Manager, and Johnny Heflin, the RS-25 Engine Manager, to tell us more about the maiden voyage of the rocket. Now, they both got to watch it live at Kennedy Space Center. So a big hi to you, Bruce and Johnny. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Yes, pleasure to be here.
And can you tell me a little bit about SLS performance today? Did it perform as you expected?
Go ahead, Bruce.
You want me to start?
Go ahead.
Sure. So I manage the booster part of the rocket, and the boosters were fantastic. They performed just as we expected. We got to see some of the data. Obviously, the team hadn't plotted it all, but the pressures looked great. You know, it burned for just the right amount of time, and it separated great. We could see that as well. So very pleased. We were confident it would work well, and it did. Very happy.
Similar story for RS-25. Nominal, what we call nominal performance. The engines performed exactly as predicted based on the quick look data. Like the booster, we've got a lot of data to look at, but so far the data looks really, really good. These historic RS-25s that have 25 flights between them on coming off the shuttle program. So really looking forward to getting a look at the data. It looks really good so far.
That's fantastic, and we agree. It was amazing to monitor here, and the loops were very quiet in Mission Control Houston. That was a good sign. You knew that things were going well. So we know that the launch abort system was inactive for this mission, but it will be active for when we have crew on board for Artemis 2. Are there any other differences we can expect to see in the rocket for Artemis 2?
So for the boosters, by and large, no. If I talk about the boosters from top to bottom, we are going to make one change though, because of the crew is on it. We're going to have a delay timer in there so that if for some reason they need to abort, we have a few seconds there before, after they abort, before the termination system destroys the rocket. So we will add that, but other than that, nope, these boosters will be the same. Second flight is the first.
Same story for RS-25. It will be the next set of 4 heritage engines from the shuttle program. Configuration-wise, they'll be the same as what we flew today.
Then I'm glad it all went so well. And so after you get that data back from today, what's next for your team?
Well, for my team, we've still got a ton of work to do. We're not only I mean, we're working on at least 3 flight sets at the same time, and so we've got 2 and 3 and 4 to work on. We also are working on a new booster that's a composite case design that will replace this steel case version that we're flying today. So we're excited about that, and there's a lot of work going on there as well. So we've got a lot to do, and we'll just keep doing it.
So RS-25, super busy as well. We have the Artemis 2 engines have already been delivered to MAF, and they're on schedule to be installed in the Artemis 2 core stage in mid-January. We're also about to start the certification test series for the new RS-25 engines that we're building. We have heritage engines for the first 4 flights. Beyond that, coming in on Artemis 5, we will fly what we call the RS-25 restart engines that have been redesigned to reduce cost and reestablish manufacturing for future flights. So we're really excited to get into that certification test series really soon as well.
All right, well, thank you both so much again for joining us. I'm glad that you got to watch the launch, and a major congratulations to you and your teams for all of the effort that you've poured into this. Go Artemis.
Great day.
Great day.
Thank
Fantastic.
you so much.
All right, and we are now 1 hour and 12 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1. We are traveling at orbital velocity. Again, Orion is currently attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which recently performed the perigee raise maneuver. And we are standing by for translunar injection burn, now less than 15 minutes away. It's going to be about an 18-minute burn that will commit us to the moon. Part of the Artemis program's goal is to inspire the next generation of dreamers and explorers. So we want to show you what students are doing right now to bring the Artemis missions to life.
NASA's Artemis mission will land the first woman and the first person of color on the moon.
And today's students are the Artemis generation.
If you're a student, you can design and build technologies that support the Artemis mission with NASA's Artemis Student Challenges.
No matter your background or experience,
you're invited to choose a challenge that interests you, whether it's
rockets,
robots,
tools,
software,
vehicles,
or other technologies. There's an exciting challenge for you.
So find a mentor and build a team of students.
review the rules and requirements, and bring your ideas
to life with NASA's Artemis Student Challenges.
Visit stem.nasa.gov/Artemis and see how you can join one of NASA's mission-related student challenges.
Again, 1 hour and 13 minutes, 30 seconds since liftoff today. We are looking towards translunar injection burn, now about 13 minutes away. That's going to send us to the moon. But did you know that you were invited to fly on the first Artemis mission too? Earlier this year, NASA asked the public to create a pass to virtually board Orion. Anyone who signed up got to include their name on a flash drive. I know my name is on there. And that flash drive is on Orion right now for its journey around the moon. It has more than 3.3 million names. The Orion spacecraft is designed to carry 4 crew members to lunar orbit, which we're preparing for on Artemis 2. NASA astronaut Randy Bresnik brought us through the hatch of the vehicle to show us where those future crew members will live and work during their journey.
This is the Orion crew station, where the crew will be when they fly the vehicle. As you can see, the commander seat's on the left, the pilot seat is on the right. Compared to the space shuttle, which had over 1,200 switches, controls, and circuit breakers, Artemis astronauts will have much less, only about 63. Inside, the crew of 4 can live and work for up to 21 days at a time, which is several days longer than the previous crewed Apollo missions to the moon. The interior is about 30% larger than those Apollo-era capsules to give more crew living and working space. Everything crew needs is packed right under the floor, thanks to the Orion stowage system. Under these panels is space for everything ranging from food, clothing, sleeping bags, to science and camera equipment, and even the tools necessary to perform repairs if required. On the upper part of the crew compartment, or what we call the overhead, is the docking compartment, a crucial component to future exploration. It allows crews to dock the Orion capsule to Gateway, NASA's next generation lunar outpost. Once they dock, crews will have the ability to board the lunar landers also attached to the Gateway and then head down to the surface of the moon. Through these windows, the 4 crew members will have amazing front row seats of their journey to and from the moon. Do you remember Apollo 8 and Bill Anders' famous photo of Earthrise as they came around the moon and saw it for the first time? Imagine being one of those first crew members on Orion having their own modern-day Earthrise and knowing they are traveling farther from Earth than humans have ever traveled before. Thanks to thousands of people from across the country and around the world who have helped with the research, design, construction, testing, and more testing. My fellow astronauts and I know that whoever gets selected for future Artemis missions, they're going to have the journey of a lifetime on board the spectacular vehicle we call Orion.
We're now coming up on 10 minutes until the translunar injection burn. Again, Orion is still attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That RL-10 engine is what's going to perform the burn for us. But to hear more about Orion, I'm going to send it back to Dan at the moon board to tell us all about our spacecraft.
Hey, thanks, Leah. Welcome back to the moon board and Orion. So it's still attached to ICPS, still flying on the very upper part of SLS, but pretty soon it's going to be flying free. And after that happens, it's going to take over all of the propulsion, all of the flying, everything for the rest of the mission. And so to talk a little bit more about propulsion, let's focus in on this, the European Service Module. So this is what's going to be doing all of our maneuvers after we're done with ICPS and that translunar injection burn. And it's going to be doing that with a mix of 3 different types of engines. First one here on the bottom is the large orbital maneuvering system engine. This one produces about 6,000 pounds of thrust. That's going to be doing a lot of your really major pushing maneuvers when we get into the powered flybys, the insertion into distant retrograde orbit, the burns to start sending us back home. That's the one that's really applying the most force. It can also gimbal, which essentially means it can swivel around, and that can help your steering. It's helped out by these 8 auxiliary thrusters. They're in pairs. Those are a little bit smaller. Each one of those produces about 105 pounds of thrust each, but they add some additional push to that orbital maneuvering system engine. And then we also have 24 reaction control system thrusters, these smaller ones that you can see all around Orion. Those are used for a lot of attitude control, so again, which they can help which way you're pointing, but also small translational maneuvers, so moving side to side, up, down, those can be called into play. Now, all of those engines share a common fuel source. They're using what are called hypergolic fuels, a mix of a fuel and an oxidizer, in this case, monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. Now, those are long names, and they're hypergolic fuels. What does that mean? A hypergolic fuel essentially means you take your fuel and your oxidizer, you put them together, you get a reaction. You get an exothermic reaction, which creates that thrust, which comes out. You don't need an ignition source like we have on SLS, which is using oxygen and hydrogen. They're extremely reliable. They're very stable. You don't have to store them at cryogenic temperatures, which is really necessary for smaller spacecraft in orbit because it takes a tremendous amount of electrical energy just to keep fuels that cold. And so we can store them at a much closer to room temperature, essentially, when they're on board this spacecraft. So that's all of the primary propulsion that's going to take over. And again, that's going to be after we get through translunar injection. We're going to be doing correction burns on the way out, a number around the moon as we hang out in distant retrograde orbit for about a week, and then eventually sending us on the way back home. But still attached to ICPS right now, going to detach shortly after that burn is complete, and then Orion will be flying free, the service module pushing it for the rest of the way. So with that, I'll send it back over to Leah as we get closer to that TLI burn.
Thank you, Dan. And yes, indeed, we are looking for TLI coming up in about 7 minutes from now. Again, that's it's a long burn for us, about 18 minutes long. But before we get to that milestone, I have a friend of mine here. It's Stu McClung, the Program Planning and Control Office Chief of Staff for the Orion program. Stu, I am so glad that you could join us today.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to be here.
So how is the spacecraft performing so far, and what's next?
So far so well. Good. We were clean during the pre-launch and ascent. So the team's down the hall in the MER taking a look, working everything. It looks good so far, so that's good. And of course, we got the burn couple. After the burn, we'll start ticking through all of our planned events. Like we have a the SAW modal survey. The wings will have a modal survey that we'll do later this morning. One of the first DTOs that we'll take a look at and evaluate how they react.
So DTO, designated test objective. What's another one of those that we'll be looking at over the next 26 days?
Oh, we have probably a good 100 of them. They, culminate from everything from like the modal survey to how the cooling system behaves, common track system. On entry day, one of our major test objectives is looking at how the heat shield and how it handles entry heating.
So how does it feel to be here today and see the future of human space exploration unfold?
It's great. I was doing my shift in the MER earlier today. Haven't slept. The emotion and the adrenaline's got me going. It's great to be a part of this. It's great watching watching the KSE team execute, and now this is day one for us. We've got 26 days for our team to execute now, and we'll go do our job and set the stage for future Artemis exploration.
And we're excited. We're going to be here along the way for all those major milestones, burns, all the other exciting events that we are looking forward to. So thank you so much for joining us here. We are really excited. A big congrats to you and your team.
Thanks. Let's go have a good burn and let's go to the moon.
Let's do it. We are now less than 5 minutes away from the translunar injection burn. Again, this is the burn that's going to send us around the moon. Going to commit us to a lunar trajectory. It is approximately an 18-minute burn. It's a firing of that RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You've got a view here of the White Flight Control Room in Mission Control Houston. This is where all of the teams will be monitoring the mission over the next 26 days. Teams monitored launch tonight. There are, of course, several different shifts that'll be working here. All right, we are coming up now on about 3 minutes until the translunar injection burn. Again, this is about an 18-minute long burn. Firing of the RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage commits us to lunar trajectory. It helps us break free from the gravitational pull of Earth. In case you missed it, in June of this year, we launched Capstone, a small satellite launched from New Zealand designed to test a unique lunar orbit for our future space station around the moon called Gateway. And just 2 days ago, Capstone arrived at its intended orbit around the moon. So we're very excited for that milestone. It really helps pave the way for our future Artemis missions. We are now 1 hour 20, coming up on 25 minutes since liftoff from Kennedy Space Center today at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. We had a really smooth ride to orbit. We saw solid rocket booster jettison as well as launch abort system jettison. Eventually, we had core stage separation, which put us in the configuration that we have now with Orion connected to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage and flying free. The solar arrays deployed and have been swept back in preparation for the translunar injection burn. Earlier, we had the perigee raise maneuver, which lifted the lowest part of Orion's orbit around the Earth, put us in this perfect positioning ahead of translunar injection burn. A good shot here of our two flight controllers. On the left, you saw Judd Freeling. He is the ascent flight controller. He's been with his team here for the last several hours. And to his right is Rick LeBrode. He's the lead flight controller for a majority of the rest of the mission. Judd's team will take over again once we get back into the re-entry portion. We're now less than a minute away from translunar injection burn. And this is a live view from the spacecraft. You can see from this view we have all four of those solar array wings swept back. Orion now traveling off the northwest coast of Australia towards the Pacific Ocean. This translunar injection burn will begin to take it away from the Earth, breaking it free from the pull of gravity. We're standing by for confirmation that the burn has started. We have confirmation from the booster officer that the translunar injection burn has begun and that we are at maximum thrust. Again, this is a long burn, about 18 minutes. It commits us to a lunar trajectory. This ICPS firing now is an RL-10 engine. It's a design that's been around since the 1960s, and it's a proven, reliable engine. This single engine has 25,000 pounds of thrust. We've already seen the ICPS in action today as it powered the perigee raise maneuver just about an hour ago. And if you look in the background, you can see the sunset of the Earth. This is the closest Orion will be to the Earth until it begins its return home. Right now, we're about 382 miles above the Earth's surface. And to put it into perspective, we are approximately 252,670 miles away from the moon. I'm going to keep reporting that number, and by the end of the translunar injection burn, you will see that start to decrease. We are going to continue to grow closer to the moon and further away from Earth. This really helps us break free from gravity. Now traveling at 17,743 miles per hour, we're about a minute and a half into the burn. And although this is the last burn for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, there are other burns that will take place throughout the mission to direct Orion exactly where we want it to be. Those include the outbound trajectory correction burns, the first of which will happen later today. We also have the outbound powered flyby, the return powered flyby, and others. Burns after the ICPS separates will be conducted by using the single main engine on the service module, 8 auxiliary thrusters on the base of the service module, or 24 smaller thrusters. Coming up on 2.5 minutes into the translunar injection burn, and we're now traveling over 18,000 miles per hour. Again, that speed is going to increase as well. This is really going to push Orion toward the moon, and we are now 252,400 miles away from the moon. We have 10 CubeSats along for the ride with us today. Those will be deployed after this translunar injection burn and ICPS separation. These are located inside the Orion stage adapter, and they include the Lunar Ice Cube, developed by Morehead State University in Kentucky. This will search for all forms of water with an infrared spectrometer. LunaMap from Arizona State University will create higher fidelity maps of near-surface hydrogen in craters and other permanently shadowed regions of the lunar South Pole with neutron spectrometers. Alma Tanashi is from the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, which is also known as JAXA. They are developing the world's smallest lunar lander to study the lunar environment. And Lunar by Lockheed Martin in Colorado will perform advanced infrared imaging of the lunar surface. Now 3.5 minutes into the translunar injection burn. Again, it's about an 18-minute burn, traveling 18,560 miles per hour. Quiet on the loops here in mission control as the RL-10 engine continues doing its job on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. We talked about a few of our CubeSats. We also have one preparing to study an asteroid. The Near-Earth Asteroid Scout, or NEA Scout, by Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama will travel by solar sail to a near-Earth asteroid to take pictures of and make other characterizations of its surface. There's a CubeSat on board studying Earth called Equuleus by the University of Tokyo, along with JAXA in Japan. Equuleus stands for Equilibrium Lunar Earth Point 6U spacecraft and will travel to Lagrange Point 2, imaging Earth's plasmasphere for a better understanding of our planet's radiation environment. We're now coming up on 4 minutes and 45 seconds into the translunar injection burn, Orion traveling at 18,982 miles per hour. Our distance from the moon continues to decrease, now 251,900 miles away. To highlight some more of our CubeSats on board, we also have BioSentinel, developed by Ames Research Center in California, and will use a single yeast cell to detect, measure, and compare the impact of deep space radiation on living organisms over an extended period of time. Argo Moon was developed by the Italian Space Agency and Argotech in Italy. This CubeSat will observe the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the stage that it's firing right now, with its advanced optics and software imaging system. And our last CubeSat through the Centennial Challenge is Team Miles from Florida, who developed a CubeSat that will demonstrate propulsion using plasma thrusters and will compete in NASA's Deep Space Derby. These CubeSats pack a ton of tech and science in a tiny package, so they don't all have redundant systems. And if any of the CubeSats missions don't go as planned, it does not affect our primary objectives of Orion's mission. This rideshare opportunity is a rare chance to send CubeSats beyond low Earth orbit, and we're looking forward to seeing what we learn. We're now 6 minutes into the translunar injection burn, Orion traveling at 19,500 miles per hour, being propelled by the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Still quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams are tracking no issues during the translunar injection burn. Again, this is about an 18-minute burn, so we have approximately 11.5 minutes left. It's also been 1 hour and 33 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. That was a 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time launch. A smooth ride uphill, as we heard from Bruce Tiller and Johnny Heflin working with SLS at Marshall Space Flight Center. And this view from Mission Control Houston, teams continuing to monitor the Artemis 1 mission. This is where they will be around the clock for the next 26 days, all the way until we bring Orion home for a safe splashdown. Coming up on 7.5 minutes until into the translunar injection burn, so less than 11 minutes left in the burn. Orion now traveling at almost 20,000 miles per hour, 251,237 miles away from the moon. Again, that number continuing to shrink. Orion itself is still over Earth. It is over the Pacific Ocean, south of Hawaii. As we've mentioned in today's coverage, multiple countries are represented in Artemis 1 through the SLS, Orion, and European Service Module, as well as the payloads riding along. While NASA is leading the Artemis missions, international partnerships will play a key role in achieving a sustainable presence on the Moon while preparing to send humans to Mars. In 2021, over a dozen countries signed the Artemis Accords, which will establish a common set of principles to govern the civil exploration and use of outer space. The Artemis Accords will create a safe, transparent environment that facilitates exploration, science, and commercial activities for all of humanity. This cooperation not only furthers space exploration, but also enhances peaceful relationships between countries on Earth. We're now over 9 minutes into the translunar injection burn, an 18-minute burn, so we have about 9 minutes left. We're about halfway through. The RL-10 engine continues to fire at maximum thrust. Orion traveling attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, now over 20,600 miles per hour. It's been 1 hour and 37 minutes since we launched today. Again, that was 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center. Orion is still attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is the last burn for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage while attached to Orion. It will also have a disposal burn later on. About 10 minutes after we have ICPS cut off, Orion will separate from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage itself, and the capsule will be flying free, still attached to the European Service Module. We've got about 7 minutes left in the translunar injection burn. Orion traveling now at over 21,000 miles per hour. The RL-10 engine continues to fire on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, powering the translunar injection burn. This is the second firing of the ICPS today. The first we saw was the perigee raise maneuver, which lifted the lowest point of Orion's orbit around the Earth and put it in the proper positioning for this burn. This is the burn that commits us to the Moon. We're now over 12 minutes into this burn. Again, it's about an 18-minute burn, so less than 6 minutes left, and 1 hour 39 minutes since we launched. Orion and the ICPS now traveling at over 21,400 miles per hour. And as I promised, we continue to grow closer to the Moon, now 249,000 miles away. Now over 13 minutes into the translunar injection burn, putting us less than 5 minutes away from cutoff. We have had a nominal burn so far. That RL-10 engine continues to fire at maximum thrust, 25,000 pounds of thrust. We're now traveling over 21,730 miles per hour. And we've just heard the call for priority 1, meaning we have reached the point at which we could return at lunar return or similar speeds, testing the heat shield as required ahead of flight for Artemis 2. Now over 14 minutes into the translunar injection burn, less than 4 minutes until cutoff, traveling now at over 21,900 miles per hour. Now less than 3 minutes away from cutoff of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and coming up on 1 hour and 42 minutes into the Artemis 1 mission. The RL-10 engine on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage continues to fire as planned at maximum thrust. Again, this is about an 18-minute burn. That's about twice as long as the ride to orbit today, so that just shows how much power we need to break free from the pull of Earth and take us to the moon. "16 minutes now into the translunar injection burn. Orion traveling at over 22,276 miles per hour. About a minute and a half now until cutoff of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Again, this being an 18-minute burn. We are now 248,280 miles away from the moon and continuing to grow closer, 605 miles away from Earth, and continuing to increase that distance. Less than a minute now until cutoff of the ICPS and the end of the translunar injection burn. We've had a good burn all the way through so far. And 1 hour, 44 minutes since launch today. And we have cutoff of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which has committed Orion to the translunar conjunction. The spacecraft is moon bound. Orion is now traveling at 22,500 miles per hour, 247,450 miles away from Earth. Now that the interim cryogenic propulsion stage has completed its translunar injection burn, it is no longer needed to propel us to the moon. It's done its job and it will separate from Orion. After it separates, those 10 CubeSats we discussed will be deployed from the Orion stage adapter, which is below the service module and above the ICPS. Each payload will be ejected with a spring mechanism from dispensers installed on the Orion stage adapter. And again, these will help us study the moon and space weather, test innovative propulsion technologies, analyze the effects of radiation on organisms, and provide high-resolution imagery of the Earth and moon. The CubeSat deploys will start just short of about 4 hours after launch. Once those CubeSats are deployed, the ICPS will be on track for disposal in a heliocentric orbit, meaning it will closely circle the sun until destroyed. The next change we'll see is for the ICPS to separate from Orion and the service module. Those will continue flying free on their journey toward the moon. It's now been an hour, 47 minutes, and 30 seconds into the first flight of the Artemis program. Orion now traveling 21,860 miles per hour, 1,129 miles away from Earth. That stage separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, again, should be about 10 minutes after the translunar injection burn is complete, so approximately 7 minutes from now. Shortly after ICPS separation, Orion's service module will fire its auxiliary thrusters to move the spacecraft a safe distance away from the expended stage. Orion continues on an outbound path to the moon, and the Orion stage adapter attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will deliver several small payloads over several deployments. We're now over 1 hour, 51 minutes since launch today from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Orion is traveling attached to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, but not for much longer. We look for that separation to happen in about 5 minutes. At that point, Orion will still be flying attached to the service module, and in this animation, you can see the service module directly below the capsule. Those solar array wings are deployed. The spacecraft now traveling over 20,570 miles per hour, continuing to increase its distance from Earth, now over 1,780 miles away, continuing to decrease its distance from the Moon, 245,150 miles away. Hearing confirmation from teams here in Mission Control Houston that the solar arrays are in their proper configuration for interim cryogenic propulsion stage separation. Again, we just saw the translunar injection burn, a successful approximately 18-minute burn that has helped Orion break free from the pull of Earth's gravity and sending us toward the Moon. We're now standing by for separation from that stage now that it has done its job for Orion. However, it still has a job to do. It will help eject some CubeSats that will help us study the Moon, Earth, and the space environment. Orion now traveling at 19,700 miles per hour, 2,270 miles away from Earth. We're expecting that stage separation to happen in about a minute. As you can see, we have confirmation of interim cryogenic propulsion stage from Orion. With the Earth in the background and the Moon is our destination, Artemis generation, we are going. It's been 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 40 seconds since Orion launched atop the SLS from Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 1:47 a.m. Eastern Time. After a smooth ride to orbit, a perigee raise maneuver, and a translunar injection burn conducted by the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, Orion is now flying free, attached to the European Service Module and on its journey to the Moon. That might be the end of today's broadcast, but the Artemis 1 mission has only just begun. We'll continue live coverage for major milestones, including the outbound powered flyby and other major burns. But when we're not live, you can check out blogs.nasa.gov/Artemis and the NASA newsletter for updates on the spacecraft. We're also excited to introduce Artemis All Access. It's a short video product that will provide updates about mission accomplishments with a look at what's to come, as well as inside looks and explainers about the mission. And if you want to stay updated on mission activities and how to watch splashdown, you can still register as an online mission participant with NASA's virtual guest program to stay informed as the mission progresses. Virtual mission participants for Artemis 1 will receive curated resource and mission activities straight to their inbox. You can register at go.nasa.gov/virtualartemis1. That's a Roman numeral 1 as part of the URL. Don't forget, you can also learn about the mission on NASA and Artemis social media accounts. We'll be holding a post-launch news conference at Kennedy Space Center at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 a.m. Central Time, and you can watch live at nasa.gov/live. We'll also be back on the air later today for the first orbital trajectory correction burn at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and again at 10:45 a.m. Eastern to get a look at the first images coming down from Orion. Thank you for joining us today for our coverage of the Artemis 1 mission. We leave you now with a rendition of our national anthem performed by Josh Groban and jazz pianist Herbie Hancock, followed by a look back on today's historic liftoff as we look toward every milestone in this mission. Artemis generation, we are going.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? Oh,
Sound suppressor water now flowing
15.
under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket.
Well, in my left hand I have a feather. In my right hand a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather.
50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before.
Landing a man on the moon and returning him to safety to the Earth.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Of the rocket, but the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2
GLS
seconds.
is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing
15.
under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all 4 RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15-foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated. And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members, we just heard the call for 3 engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange. We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. Five minutes, 42 seconds into the mission. We are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free. Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire at maximum thrust. Coming up on 7 minutes since launch today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control Houston. As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down. "30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour.
50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before.
Landing a man on the moon and returning him to safety to the Earth.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Of the rocket, but the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2
GLS
seconds.
is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. 31 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all 4 RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15-foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated. And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members, we just heard the call for 3-engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange. We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. Five minutes and 42 seconds into the mission. We are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free. Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire at maximum thrust. Coming up on 7 minutes since launch today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control Houston. As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down. "30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour.
50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before.
Landing a man on the moon and returning him to safety to the Earth.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Of the rocket, but the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2
GLS
seconds.
is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. 31 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all 4 RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15-foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated. And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members, we just heard the call for 3 engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange. We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. Five minutes, 42 seconds into the mission. We are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free. Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire at maximum thrust. Coming up on 7 minutes since launch today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control Houston. As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down. "30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour.
50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before.
Landing a man on the moon and returning him to safety to the Earth.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Of the rocket, but the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2
GLS
seconds.
is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. 41 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all 4 RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15-foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated. And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members, we just heard the call for 3 engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange. We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. Five minutes and 42 seconds into the mission, we are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free. Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire at maximum thrust.
Years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before.
Landing a man on the moon and returning him to safety to the Earth.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Of the rocket, but the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2 seconds.
GLS is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all four RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15 foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated. And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members, we just heard the call for 3-engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange. We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. Five minutes and 42 seconds into the mission, we are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free. Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire maximum thrust. Coming up on 7 minutes since launch today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control, Houston. As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down. "30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour.
50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before.
Landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Of the rocket, but the ALS will check, make sure there's no holds coming from the ground up until T-minus 2 seconds.
GLS is go for ALS.
And we are go for ALS. The Space Launch System is now counting down to liftoff of Orion on its maiden voyage to the moon. Launch team can no longer recycle the count. Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. Core stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in Mission Control Houston. All good calls so far. Now 30 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. First milestone will be for the vehicle to pass through max Q at about 1 minute and 9 seconds into launch. This is the greatest period of atmospheric force on the rocket. SLS now traveling 607 miles per hour. You're looking at 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Quiet here in the loops in Mission Control. The 4 core stage engines are throttling down ahead of passing through max Q. Now 1 minute, 21 seconds into the flight, traveling at 1,420 miles per hour. The 4 core stage engines are back at maximum thrust. The next major milestone will be for the solid rocket boosters to cut off and jettison at about 2 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, so about 30 seconds from now. Again, quiet here in Mission Control Houston as teams continue monitoring the flight of Artemis 1. We're now 16 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center, traveling over 2,800 miles per hour. Standing by for solid rocket booster jettison and shortly thereafter. Confirmation that the solid rocket boosters have separated these 177-foot boosters. Now the core stage continues to power the flight of Orion, all four RS-25 engines firing, traveling over 3,400 miles per hour, 46 miles downrange. 2 minutes and 36 seconds into the flight. Hearing nominal calls here in Mission Control Houston. We've still got 4 good engines on the core stage. Next up, we'll be looking for the service module fairing to separate. This is 3 15 by 15 foot fairing panels, providing structural support, protecting the service module. Those will separate at about 3 minutes and 11 seconds into flight, and very shortly thereafter will be followed by the launch abort system separation. Just over 3 minutes into the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 4,060 miles per hour, 83 miles downrange. We just had confirmation that the service module fairing has separated. And that the launch abort system pyros have fired, separating those from Orion as well. For future crew members, we just heard the call for 3-engine press, meaning if SLS were to lose an engine at this point in the mission, we could still achieve a nominal mission. We would just have an extended main engine cutoff time. However, we still have 4 good engines, all at maximum thrust right now, powering the first flight of Artemis at 5,200 miles per hour, 148 miles downrange. We're 4 minutes and 16 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1. So far, we've had a clean ascent. We saw those solid rocket boosters jettison about 2 minutes and 11 seconds after liftoff. Shortly after, we had the service module panels fairings separate, as well as the launch abort system. The launch abort system was inert for this flight, except to perform this separation. Those 4 core stage engines will continue to fire and power the flight of Artemis 1, now traveling over 6,800 miles per hour, 229 miles downrange. Booster flight controller reports that the engines are looking good. Our core stage main engine cutoff time is about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. We are now at 5 minutes and 11 seconds into the flight, 7,656 miles per hour. Again, 4 good core stage engines, those 4 RS-25 engines. The last time those core stage engines flew, they were taking space shuttles to orbit, and now with upgraded capabilities, they're launching the future of human spaceflight. Five minutes and 42 seconds into the mission, we are now traveling 8,800 miles per hour, 345 miles downrange from the launch pad at Kennedy Space Center. Again, we are anticipating core stage main engine cutoff at about 8 minutes and 3 seconds. And about 10 seconds later, we'll see core stage separation, at which point Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage will be flying free. Now traveling over 10,000 miles per hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the flight of Artemis 1, 427 miles downrange. Quiet here on the loops in Mission Control Houston. Teams continue to monitor this first flight. About a minute and a half now until that core stage main engine cutoff time. Our 4 core stage engines continue to fire maximum thrust. Coming up on 7 minutes since launch today, now traveling over 12,800 miles per hour, 563 miles downrange. Again, still quiet here in Mission Control, Houston. As we prepare for main engine cutoff, the 4 RS-25 engines are beginning to throttle down. "30 seconds now until core stage main engine cutoff. All 4 engines continue to throttle down. Now 7 minutes 45 seconds into the flight, traveling over 16,000 miles per hour.
I watched our astronauts up in the space station on YouTube, how they function in zero-G to try to mirror some of that. The Peter Pan production, where you're hanging from wires. So basically what they did with me was just strap me up to the ceiling and then have me spin until I got nauseous to find out where that threshold was, so we wouldn't be doing that on set in a giant spacesuit. Well, it's hard to beat Armstrong's message, so good luck. I don't have any, I can't top that. Huh. I'll settle with the moon right now. I'm older, you know, I don't want to be gone that long. I like my comforts. I'm going moon. If I was going to the moon, I got one item to take with me. I'm taking my music. Period. I think space is so fascinating for, certainly for cinema, because it's so unknown. There's so much we don't know. It's for one, our universe is ever expanding. It's infinite. I mean, these are concepts already that are beyond our understanding. It's wide open for invention. It's the great unknown, and how will it define us, and how will we define ourselves with it, that makes it so ripe for storytelling. Hey, I've got a few questions for NASA, if I may. First question, I was wondering, when are we going back to the moon? There's not water on the moon, is there? Really? Okay, I heard this rumor. There was something about water being on the moon. Could that possibly be true?
Thanks, Brad. We'll answer these questions and more in our new series, Ask NASA. If you have questions like Brad, use the hashtag AskNASA.
Sound suppressor water now
15.
flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Hearing good control on the roll from teams in mission control.
Good morning, and thank you all for staying up with us at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. I'm NASA Press Secretary Jackie McGinnis, and this morning at 1:47 a.m., NASA's Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft lifted off from Kennedy's historic launch pad 39B. Orion's on its way, and it's just beginning its mission. It successfully completed a number of mission milestones so far, including the trans-lunar injection burn to put it on its trajectory to the moon. To provide you all with an update this morning, we have NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, Mike Serafin, Artemis Mission Manager out of NASA headquarters, Mike Bolger, John Honeycutt, Space Launch System Program Manager at Marshall, Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager at Johnson, and Emily Nelson, Chief Flight Director at Johnson. It's been an incredible day, and so first I'll open it up to each of our participants to say a few words. Administrator.
I was standing on the roof of the LCC with a number of astronauts, and I'm telling you, we've never seen such a tail of flame. There were a bunch there that would like to be on that rocket. And I have to say, for what we saw tonight, it's an A+. It's a test flight. Took a long time coming to get here. Last time we were on the moon, Apollo 17, and we still have a long ways to go. And this is just the test flight. And we are stressing it and testing it in ways that we will not do to a rocket that has a human crew on it. But that's the purpose, to make it as safe as possible, as reliable as possible for when our astronauts crawl on board and go back to the moon. The enthusiasm throughout, not only this Space Center, even though a lot of America was in bed asleep, it will be apparent tomorrow. And the legacy that this professional crew put together in getting us to this day over the years is a legacy that indeed has been well earned and will continue as we now explore the heavens as we go back to the moon and then we go to Mars. Thanks, Jackie.
And over to you, Mike Serafin.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you again for continuing to follow our program in the Artemis 1 mission. We've talked to you a number of times about our 4 mission priorities: demonstrate the vehicle at lunar reentry conditions, demonstrate the vehicle in the spaceflight environment as priority 2, retrieve the spacecraft as priority 3, and then bonus objectives associated with science outreach and technology demonstrations. We have a priority 1 mission in play right now. We had the rocket do its job and deliver the spacecraft to the point of translunar injection. And I want to thank John Honeycutt and the SLS program for putting that priority 1 mission in play, as well as Jody Singer at the Marshall Space Flight Center and the Marshall Space Flight Center team. They did an amazing job getting us to this point, as well as our friends and family here in America's Spaceport under Janet Petro and Mike Bolger and his EGS program team, and our launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. They did an amazing job applying lessons learned and getting us to this point. We do have a Priority 1 mission in play because of their work. Today we got to witness the world's most powerful rocket take the Earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it, and it was quite a sight. It's quite a sight. We're going to learn a lot more as we go. We've got 4 weeks of mission to go. We are just barely starting to scratch the surface of the Artemis program and gather data. We've learned a few things along the way, mostly that this system is performing exactly as we intended it to. We've had a few funnies along the way. We had some dropouts in the flight instrumentation on the SLS rocket. We've had some funnies and some in the star trackers, and then we had some funnies in some micro switches on the solar array wings, but the systems are performing, and we are pressing outbound toward the moon. We are going to continue to gather data as part of those mission priorities and mission objectives as we described earlier. And, you know, speaking for myself, there's definitely relief that we're underway. But we also have a heightened sense of awareness that this mission is underway. And I personally am not going to rest well until we get safely to splashdown and recovery. So with that, I'll pass it back to Jackie.
And now we can hear from Mike Bolger, the ground systems.
Yeah, thank you. What an amazing day, and what an amazing launch. I'm actually envious of y'all because many of you were outside watching it, and we're sitting inside the firing room, you know, looking through the glass panes. And it was a little bit, there's some moisture on the glass panes, and so we didn't, I think, have nearly the view that y'all had. But from everything that I could tell, it was well worth the visit here to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to see the mission. Mike talked about the 4 priority goals that we have. I would add a 5th, and that was to prove that our ground systems and our ground team was prepared and was ready to launch this mission today, and I think they passed with flying colors. We really had a terrific day. It's been a journey for us as a ground operations team. The team has shown a ton of resilience. You know, we've worked in a COVID environment. We've dealt with hurricanes. We've been through first-time ops, and the team has shown the resilience and the resolve to do something really special, and that's what we did today. I think a lot of us come to NASA, you know, you kind of dream about it when you're a kid. I can't tell you how many people I work with who dream about it when they're 10 or 11 years old, and they kind of make it a point, I'm going to come work for NASA someday. And part of that reason is to make an impact or to be a part of changing the world. And I think today we did exactly that. You know, we really helped jumpstart this nation's manned exploration program, or to keep it going, really to move further and further into the solar system. So a really great day for us here, and really proud of the team today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Now we'll go to John Honeycutt with the SLS program.
Yeah, hey, I just want to say I am envious too, like Mike talked about. But you know, the few seconds that we did get to look out the LCC, I'm looking at this big ball of fire, and I'm thinking, you know, it's been a little over 12 years since I got to experience this. And it's so awesome to be back in the business doing it. And we've laid the foundation for the Artemis program and many generations to come. The team just did an outstanding job. As you heard the administrator say, the rocket performed outstandingly. We had a good performance on the hardware all day today, and of course I'm looking at those really dynamic events as we get down into the last seconds for when the RS-25s fire up, and then we get booster ignition, and then watching the performance of the core stage, especially those dynamic events associated with the pressurization system and the auxiliary power units, all performed outstandingly. Core stage with the boosters and the RS-25 engines delivered Orion and ICPS per the requirements. And then we had the first burn that gives us the raise was outstanding, and then the TLI burn. performed outstandingly. So right now, I can't say I'm more proud of the way the hardware performed and even more proud of the team. Jackie.
Thank you very much. Now over to Howard with the Orion program.
Yeah, good evening or morning, I think, to everybody. What a terrific day we've had. First, I want to thank the gentlemen to my right, John and Mike. I mean, they're just terrific team getting us off the ground and headed to the moon. I mean, I can't thank them enough for their team's efforts. And now we get to start the journey and learning more about our spacecraft and accomplishing these missions that Mike talked about just a little bit over 26 days. And along the way, we've got the rocket, the most powerful rocket we've built at NASA, taking us to the moon. And then as we go forward, we'll have the European service module that'll be providing the power and propulsion that we need to get into lunar orbit and, of course, return safely home. And I want to also thank the European team. They worked very hard producing the European service module for us and in partnership with NASA, and certainly a great opportunity for us as we explore and learn more about the spacecraft and going forward with Artemis. And I would say personally for me, I am one of those men that as a little boy, I dreamed of working for NASA and going beyond low Earth orbit. And today was a fabulous day for me. And I can't tell you, just thinking about watching the rocket go up and seeing Orion go head towards the moon has been a dream of mine. And today is a start of that, a great journey, I would say, for the agency and for Artemis. So thank you.
Thanks, Howard. And to close this out, Emily Nelson from Johnson.
Let's see, this evening we got to see a truly exciting launch that I think is the beginning of a really exciting mission. The LCC team just did a flawless job getting through tanking and getting to liftoff, and then the MCC Houston team had a seamless handover and executed the remainder of that, that ascent and up to orbit. It was really great to get to see those teams get the opportunity to use the expertise that they've developed over years of training and preparation. This mission is not only going to test the spacecraft, but it's going to test the teams as well. And you know, as we've mentioned, we've already had some opportunities to work through some of those tests, and I am fairly confident that as we progress further to the moon, we're going to run into a few more. The exciting thing about this flight is getting to see how this ship is going to behave in space, how its systems are going to react to the deep space environment. And so next step, right about now, the team is characterizing performance of the solar array structure so that we have a good understanding of how the spacecraft reacts when we do burns. And then here in several hours, we'll do our first outbound trajectory correction burn using the Orion engine so that we'll get to see how those systems behave. We'll get to characterize that performance as well. It's going to be a really exciting ride, and kind of like Mike, I'm not sure we'll get a whole lot of sleep in the next 26 days, but it'll certainly be worth it. So really looking forward to everything we're going to learn here. Back to you, Jackie.
Thanks, Emily. And before we open it up for questions, we want to show you some of the first images of Earth from Orion as it heads to the moon. All right. Now for the fun part. If you could please raise your hand, I'm sorry. Marcia Dunn with the AP.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Mr. Nelson. Apollo is a tough act to follow, and looking back on what has gone before with the moon, what were your emotions at liftoff, and how do you see what happened today as going down in space history?
One of the emotions I had was that I wish that members of the crew that I had participated in were here. A group of professionals, the best of the best. And to see the culmination of a lot of a lifetime of of sacrifice that they have done. I think back to the real sacrifices, the astronauts that we've lost, not only in flight in Apollo 1, but in the training accidents. All of those emotions welled up in me today. And you should have heard the other astronauts that I was standing with. We were down in the Launch Control Center and all went up on the roof so that we could feel that acoustic shock wave and see undiminished that tail of a flame of fire. And then to see that pillar of smoke, even in the dark of night, it was pretty overwhelming.
Thank you. Joey Roulette with Reuters, up front.
Thanks. Question for John Honeycutt. This rocket, it's been a decade in the making. There's been, billions in cost overruns, and there's been a lot of engineering challenges to get to this point. If you could just kind of tell us a little bit how it feels to finally see this thing come alive and launch. What does that feel like? And then quick one for Mike. Can you kind of go into details about the funnies that you said you guys saw during the mission, and whether there was any debris that was created from the Orion and the RTV issue that you guys might have expected as a risk? Thanks.
Yeah, I tell you, it feels great to get the to get the rocket out, and it feels even better to have it perform the way it did. And it's been a long time coming, but I think if you study history and look back on it, these things don't happen overnight, and they all follow similar timelines. The emotion that I have that hits me the most really is, it's the people that do the work that make the hardware what it is. Of course, the hardware does the job at the end of the day, but it's the people that get us to the launch pad and have helped us build this foundation. And they all take a lot of pride in it, and I do too.
Yeah, Joey, in terms of the funnies that we saw, in terms of the imagery findings, we're still working through that. There were a couple of indications that we had some debris liberation fairly early in ascent, and the team is still looking at that. In terms of what exactly it was, again, it's too early to say. The funnies that we saw on the star trackers, there was a component ready flag that was set, and the team had to resolve and basically activate the star trackers in spite of that component ready flag. And then on the solar array wings, when they were deployed, I think it was solar array wing number 3, we saw a pair of micro switches that indicated that it wasn't fully latched, and then they came in. They basically did indicate that they had latched, which indicates it was probably like a thermal condition, especially when you take a vehicle and you take it from ambient conditions on Earth that we purge, and then you take it in the deep space environment. Sometimes you get a little bit of thermal gradient on there, and they came in, and we knew that was something that could happen fairly early on. And then we saw some developmental flight instrumentation on the rocket that dropped out during the ascent. Those were, at this stage of the game, relatively benign. We pressed all the way through the point of translunar injection in spite of those, and right now we're not terribly concerned with any of those. I don't know, Howard, if you have any additional thoughts on that.
No, I think you covered it very well, and of course we're also excited to look at the data, and we'll keep analyzing the data and look at what that tells us.
And understand that, things will go wrong. This is a new system, and it's a test flight. And so we're going to expect those things to go wrong, and then we're going to try to work them. This is part. Space is hard. Space is real hard when you try to do what we're doing.
Thank you. Tom Costello with NBC. Tom, if you could just.
Thank you. Well, congratulations to all of you. Mr. Nelson, I'm wondering, it has been 50 years next month since we saw humans on the moon, and now the first step of returning to the moon. So I'm wondering, you talked about the emotions and you thought about those that were lost in the space program over the years, but to think that now, 5 decades later, the first steps in going back, I wonder if you could address that. And then also you talked about needing to stress it and test it to a greater extreme so that you know exactly what the astronauts will be in for. What does that mean, to stress it and test it and to this extent now? How will you be doing that? What does that mean?
Well, it has a lot more sensors than will be on the rockets in the future, and that's to know how the vehicle and vehicles perform. Why are we going back? Because our call is we're going out to explore the heavens. And this is the next step. So we went to the moon and we were there for a short period of time and we came back. Then we had Skylab and we started to learn how to live longer in zero-G. Then we had the space shuttle and we built the space station. And now we're going back to the moon, not just for the sake of going to the moon, but to learn, to live, to develop, to learn how to live on the moon in order to prepare to send humans all the way to Mars. The moon is just a few days away. Mars is months and months away. And we are understanding now from the James Webb Space Telescope just how big and vast this universe is. There's a lot out there to explore. And this is the next beginning. And this is the Artemis generation.
Thank you. Up here, I'm in the front.
Hi, Ken Kramer, Space Up Close. Well, congratulations to all of you. That was so impressive and inspiring, and thanks for letting us be here. So, Bill, I'd like to ask you a question. I wonder if you may have spoken with President Biden at all. What is his reaction? And do you see this increasing support for NASA and international partners? Have you heard from any of them who work with Artemis and the Gateway project? Thank you.
Well, as you know, the president is in Bali, Indonesia, and I would not be surprised that since it was daytime over there, whereas it's nighttime here, if whatever meeting he was in, if his assistants did not take a TV to him and show him the launch. And that would make him very, very proud. And I look forward to speaking to him sometime after he gets back and gets over his jet lag. Now, what was your second question?
Do you think this is going to increase support in the Congress, and have you heard from international partners?
First of all, I think it's noteworthy that in a nation in which our politics is so split, where do you have both R's and D's come together to support? And our space program is such a place of reconciliation and camaraderie and bipartisanship. And so I think the success of this rocket and the future potential success of the mission is only going to energize the support that we have in Congress. My goodness, look at the diet of successes that they've been fed. Perseverance, ingenuity, all on Mars. DART, hitting a bullseye 7 million miles away. Look at all the science that has come out. And now James Webb Space Telescope giving us these unbelievable pictures of light that's been traveling for 13.5 billion years. And now going back to the moon in order to go to Mars. That, I think, is going to engender a great deal of support on Capitol Hill.
Next question. In the second row.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. Administrator Nelson, in 2010 you were essential for getting the NASA Authorization Act passed. And so you saw the legislative side, and now you've gotten to implement it, and you've gotten the rocket off the ground. So I'm curious how your perspective has changed from when you were writing the bill to when you were implementing it, what that experience has been like, and if you think you would see things differently now that you've been on the implementing side. Thank you.
One of the first things that I did when we got back to the buildings here was I sent a text to Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson, who was my partner in crafting the legislation back 12 years ago. As soon as I can get their address, I will also be texting Rob Neighbors, who was an assistant in the White House to President Obama, and to Jack Lew, who was the director of the OMB at the time. He became later the chief of staff to President Obama, and then ended up as Secretary of the Treasury, to congratulate them, as I did Kay as well. That's just a speck. I mean, the congratulations goes to everybody. This team, this professionalism, that performance tonight that you saw. And so my perspective has changed because I get to see it from this point of view. However, remember back in those early legislative years, I got to see it from an inside view when I participated in the 24th flight of the space shuttle. And so this is really a gratifying time, but it's only going to get better. In 2 years, we're going to be sending humans to the moon. In 3 years, we're going to be landing on the moon. And then it's going to be a series of things, including someone mentioned earlier, Gateway, a lunar outpost, a mini space station. So Artemis 4 is actually going to go up, install Gateway in this lunar elliptical polar orbit, and then
They were basically when we had a ignition event on the RL-10 engine, which is the interim cryo propulsion stage's upper engine. We saw that during the perigee raise maneuver, but then also at the ignition and startup of the translunar injection maneuver. It's normal. We knew that that would happen. There's a reason that we position those solar arrays in a very specific position, because we do impart a load on the on these solar array wings, and they are fairly lengthy. Howard probably knows exactly how long the solar array wings are. I don't remember off the top of my head, but you know, there's a reason that we put those in those positions. I don't know if you have anything to add, Howard.
No, I think that was very good, Mike. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeff Faust with Space News in the back.
Jeff Faust, Space News. Question probably from Mike Bolger. I think we were all holding our breaths when we heard about the hydrogen leak. Fortunately, it was fixed. I wonder if you could talk us through exactly what the problem was and what that Red Crew team did when they went out to the pad to fix the problem.
Yeah, definitely be glad to. Before I do, you know, as I had a chance to listen to some of the questions and just look out into the crowd, I love that there are so many Artemis shirts, Artemis hats. I love that, you know, we've got a media team that is as excited about what we're doing as y'all are. So I just wanted to thank everybody for that. So yeah, let's see. What we had was we had a leak in the replenish valve, which is down in a cryo valve complex that we've got in the base of the mobile launcher. And so, you know, that caused us to go into a stop flow on both core stage and upper stage while we resolved the leak that we were seeing in the base. We sent a red team out, and basically what the red team was doing, we had a couple folks in there. It was kind of a tight, I don't know if you could see the video, I'm not sure what you were seeing and what, kind of a tight fit, but out there with a torque wrench, and they were tightening down some packing nuts. And they were two packing nuts, and they were tightening down either side of them. They tightened them, we cycled the valve. We went back in, put a wrench on them. They were still turning a little bit. We cycled the valve again, tightened them a little more. We did it a third time, and then they really were solid. And so we felt good that, you know, those packing nuts, in fact, were tight, and that we had a good valve. And so we got the red team back, you know, away from the pad, and got back into fast fill and then topping and then replenish. And as we did that, you know, in fact, we had resolved the problem, and we no longer had that leak in the base. So really great work by that red team. It's always, you know, it's always a hard thing to do to send the red team out to the launch pad. You only do it when you feel like you have to. But in this case, I think the team felt, you know, that really our most likely case here was that we just had, you know, some loose nuts on those valves. And so we sent the team out, and they did a terrific job, and we got that issue resolved. So, you know, definitely a high moment, a low moment when we first saw the leak, because we all know we've struggled through some of the hydrogen leaks that we've had in the past, but really a high moment when we recognized that we'd solved the problem.
Thanks, Mike. Just want to remind the folks on the phone that if you have a question, we're happy to take those over the line as well. You press *1 to get into the queue. Next up, we have a question here in the front.
Yusuke Tomiyama, the Yomiuri Shimbun, Japanese newspaper. My question is to Administrator Nelson. In July, you expressed your concern about China's moon exploration in a German newspaper. So now what do you think about China's moon exploration? And so would it be possible for U.S. to cooperate with China regarding moon exploration? Thank you.
The question is, do I think that it would be possible for China and the U.S. to cooperate? I hope so, but I see no evidence of that. To the contrary, what we have seen is a lack of visibility, a secretiveness, a lack of transparency. Most recently in the very successful mission, apparently, of them putting up their third stage for their space station, not having the stage on reentry saved enough fuel in order to have a controlled reentry, and then not sharing trajectory information. Now, fortunately, it fell in the ocean. The second component that went up, there was a chance that we could see before it fell in the Indian Ocean that it might come down in Greece, and it might come down then on the track in Saudi Arabia. Fortunately, it came down in the Indian Ocean. So I wish I could give a more optimistic point of view. I personally talked to the Chinese ambassador, who I happened to run into at a Sunday brunch. And he said, well, we can cooperate. And I said, well, let me give you an example of something that you could do. I said, 50 years ago, we returned samples from the moon. We shared that with the international community. You have just recently returned a sample from the moon. You ought to share that with the international community. And that was about 6 months ago when we had that conversation, and nothing has happened.
Next question. Here in the second row.
Hi, Sophie Sanchez with Cosmic Chicago. First of all, congratulations to all of you. My question is for Mike Bolger. A follow-up on a question I asked Charlie back in August regarding the role of the Red Crew in assisting launches. She said then that the difference between shuttle and now was the use of high-tech cameras and just more technology in general so that the crew can evaluate and report remotely. But then she also said that up until now, that has been adequate, and but you still have the option to send the Red Crew to the pad if you needed to. Can you tell me a little bit about that moment in the countdown when you guys realized that tech alone wasn't adequate enough and you needed to send the crew? How was that decision made?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. So let me think. So, we recognized we had a leak, and we were able to get a camera on it, although it wasn't a great view. We kind of were seeing the top half, and we could see some vapors. And so that helped inform that, in fact, what our measurements were telling us was we could also visually verify. We talked about were there options where we wouldn't have to send a red team out there, and specifically we were talking about could you basically shut the replenish valve off and use the main valve in a very delicate way to try to perform that same function of a replenish. And the cryo team, which is an amazing team here at the Kennedy Space Center, had actually written a procedure and determined how they would do that if it ever came to the point where they had a replenish valve that wasn't working. But none of us really thought that was an ideal approach, particularly as we've talked about kind of needing to have this kinder and gentler loading process. We were concerned about where normally you would have you would be using a replenish valve with a much lower flow, and I would be trying to manage this issue with a different valve, which was a lot bigger. And really, as the team talked about it, I think the prevailing opinion was it's probably these packing nuts. Let's go out there and let's just put a wrench on them, and let's see if a turn of the wrench is going to resolve this issue. And when we got out there and when we got that wrench on and when it turned, we started to feel pretty good that we probably were going to be able to resolve this. So, I appreciate your question about how does technology help you, and there are so many ways that it does. And you talk about the ability to get imagery that you could never get before. There are also times when you just got to put a wrench on a nut, and you got to resolve an issue that you've got, and that's where we ended up today.
Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online.
Thank you. I think this is to Mike Serafin. I'm curious if you have any update on the CubeSats. Were they all deployed? Are they all functioning?
Yeah, Marcia, thank you for the question. In terms of the CubeSat deploys, the earliest deploys are not quite 4 hours into the mission, and I'm not sure exactly where we are timeline-wise. We're probably, it's partly because of the sleep shift in the early morning launch, but the first group of 5 ought to be deployed any time now, and they continue on until about 8 hours after launch. So they're starting soon, and we needed to get separated from the Orion spacecraft to expose the deployment area, and then the interim cryo propulsion stage needed a performance disposal maneuver. All that has happened, so now we're setting up for that CubeSat deployment phase, and I haven't heard of the status of those yet, but we will get an update as we get further into the mission on those.
And since I have folks talking into my ear, I can tell you that they are expected to have been deployed at this time. Next question. In the second row here, in the blue shirt. Or third, sorry.
Hi, Stephen Clark from Spaceflight Now. I think my question's probably for Mike Serafin, but Howard, you can pitch in if you want to. With this successful launch, I'm wondering if you could quantify or describe the amount of risk that's been retired from this mission with the successful demonstration of the Space Launch System. And looking ahead, I know the big priority one objective is getting the lunar reentry velocity at reentry and splashdown. But over the course of the outbound leg to the moon, what are some of the major test objectives that are planned over the next few days?
Yeah, Stephen, that's a great question. Thank you for that question. Certainly, the Space Launch System delivering with precision to the point of translunar injection was one of the objectives, and it did exactly that. The insertion altitude we were aiming for a 975 by 16 nautical mile insertion. We got 972 by 16. That's well within the noise of a system like this. And then the vehicle delivered us to the point of translunar injection. The quote that I heard was "dead on," but there was a word inserted between "dead on" that I won't share with you here in this setting. But that just shows the precision of the system. In terms of how much risk did it retire, certainly the ascent environment, all the separation events through booster separation, the service module fairing separation, the jettison of the launch abort system, ascent with the core stage and shutting down the 4 RS-25 engines properly, jettisoning the core stage, and then interim cryo propulsion stage doing a perigee raise maneuver, followed by a translunar injection maneuver, while you've got the deployment of the Orion solar arrays going on in proximity to it, and positioning those in time that all of these choreographed events happen such that you do it within the load-bearing capability of the system, and then getting Orion converted off of battery power to solar array power before the batteries expired. All those things were demonstrated successfully today. And then disposal of the interim cryo propulsion stage, responsibly disposing of the interim cryo propulsion stage, as Senator Nelson was alluding to earlier. Now we flew up through the low Earth orbit and micrometeorite orbital debris band. We had 40 collision avoidance cutouts today during our 2-hour window, and the team found the right time to go because of our ability to screen through all that. We are heading outbound through the Van Allen radiation belts. Those are high periods of concentrated radiation. We are flying outbound past the Earth's magnetic field into the deep space environment where it gets extremely cold. The spacecraft loves to fly tail to sun for thermal and power production, and we've demonstrated all of that. Now we've got a lot of in-space propulsive maneuvers ahead of us. We'll demonstrate the service module. We'll demonstrate deep space command and control using the deep space network, and then we've got to set up for the second part of our priority one objective on the way home, which is the direct reentry of our brand new spacecraft with a new heat shield design, and then recover it. So we bought down a lot of risk today, but we've got a lot of mission ahead of us. As I said at the outset, we are on day 1 of a 26-day mission. And I don't know, Howard, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add a couple more things. Mike, that was a great recap. Certainly going outbound, we're going to be testing both engines. Our main engine and of course our auxiliary set of engines as well. So that'll be very important as we do all these correction maneuvers and the big burns. And of course the thermal environment that we're going to see in deep space is going to be always going to be a challenge, and we're going to correlate our models and get the data that we need from all our sensors. And certainly when we come back and do a re-entry, our parachutes, we've done a lot of testing on the parachutes, 27 qualification and development tests alone. And so I think, showing that at those re-entry speeds and slowing the vehicle down so we have a nice touchdown, 20 miles per hour, will be a great day. So all those things will be really important as we learn and go forward.
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg, in the back on the left.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I'm just wondering if you got more details from the range about that Ethernet switch that gave us all trouble, and why did that crop up during what seemed like a pretty critical part of the countdown? Thanks.
Lauren, I'll tell you what I know on the switch. It was required to take some of the remote range safety systems and process that at their control center, and they had a computer problem at the range. I think I would direct that question more towards the Space Force and the range, because that is not a NASA system. I don't know, Mike, if you have anything to add on that, but it was a system required for public safety and range safety.
And I think you got it. It was basically an Ethernet switch that allowed them to tie in data from their remote sites into their central hub. Obviously they didn't expect to lose it at that time. It was at an important time, but they also recovered from it, well, and enabled us to have a launch today. So while it was unfortunate and untimely, it was also well handled and allowed us to get to a launch. So, kudos to them.
Yeah, I think that is a key aspect of what we saw today, was the partnership between the range and NASA Kennedy Space Center and the firing room. They raised their hand very quickly and said, "We've got an issue here, and we need to recover this before we can say that we can safely and responsibly launch." And they coordinated that with very close coordination with our launch director, Charlie, in Firing Room 1, and they gave an estimate as to when they could recover, and they were very close to it. And they worked through it very methodically, and they told us every step of the way where they were in terms of the recovery, and then that allowed our launch operations team to pick up a time very close to our intended launch window open time. I think that the real delay that, we didn't go quite at window open, but we went within the first hour, really was a byproduct of needing to send the red crew out to the pad, and we had to halt some of the loading operations, and in the interest of safety for those people. They were going into a hazardous environment, but in the interest of controlling the environment as much as you could, we had to halt that operation, which in turn kind of slowed the launch countdown and cryo loading and getting specifically the upper stage fully configured. So that, again, seeing that choreography between the Space Force on the range side and the NASA team in Firing Room 1, I think was extremely well handled today, and our hats off to the Space Force for working through that with us.
Next question. Here in front.
Hi, it's Richard Knuckles from Sky. I've got a question for Emily, actually. So Bill talks about the legacy of this program, and one thing which really has struck me talking to a lot of the engineers is the amount of women involved in the behind the scenes in the Artemis program. As you were watching the launch, it must have been an immense pride, watching Charlie doing her thing. Can you just talk about the emotions you felt and how it feels to be part of this Artemis program?
Certainly. I mean, I think my emotions are matched pretty well, not only by everybody at this table, but probably everybody who was watching it, whether they were working it or not. There's an enormous amount of pride. There's a great deal of awe. And that pride is not only in the individuals that we know and our friends who have worked so hard over the number of years, who have gotten this opportunity to contribute to this great mission, but also just in the fact that we together have gotten to this place where we're going back. I wasn't here yet the last time we went, and so it's really exciting for my generation and for the Artemis generation to get the opportunity to go to the moon and beyond. The fact that if you see the photos and imagery from the last time we were there, the diversity of the workforce, the diversity of the people who had the opportunity to contribute was maybe not quite where it is today. I think that's a point of pride. But it's in no way surprising, because I think we've all grown in that direction as well. And so when I was interviewing to become a flight director 15 years ago, I made a little bit of a faux pas saying I really wanted to be here and be a flight director when we went back to the moon. And at the time, that was considered, well, you can't stay in the flight director office that long. So I'm pretty glad I stuck around.
If I could, I might just add to that. So, Charlie's obviously a beloved member of our team. She's the leader of our launch team. I had a tie earlier today. Charlie wears green on launch day. Charlie has something green. She does her nails green, and so the guys wore green ties today. Just to kind of support Charlie. And if it's your first launch in a new position in the firing room, after the launch, she cuts your tie. And so I don't have a tie today because she cut my green tie. And there were a lot of green ties getting cut. And it was really in support of a pretty amazing member of our team who happened to be a female. Yeah.
Thank you both. Next up, we have a question on the phones from David Curley with Discovery.
Thank you, Jackie. Mike Serafin, can you talk a little bit more about day 26? That's your primary goal on this mission, and the heat shield. How are you feeling about it? What will you be thinking over the next 25 days?
Yeah, David, thank you for that question. As I said at the outset, we've bought down half of our priority one already through the rocket setting up those initial conditions. We do have a long 4-week mission ahead of us, and we're just going to work it day by day, and we need to work it with vigilance, and we are going to do some extraordinarily hard stuff. We're going to fly within 62 miles of the surface of the moon and use a lunar gravity assist to insert us into what is called the distant retrograde orbit, and then shake down the spacecraft while it's out there, and then on the return fly another 62 miles from the surface of the moon and use a lunar gravity assist to send us back to Earth. And we need to do it with enough precision that we hit from 250,000 miles away. That is essentially our deorbit maneuver. We need to do it with enough precision that we don't skip back out into deep space, or that we don't come in too steep and overstress the vehicle. So there's a lot ahead of us. We're just going to work it day by day. We're actually going to share some fun stuff along the way. We're going to share imagery similar to what we did earlier today of, kind of first shots of the Earth from the spacecraft. We're going to share imagery from inside the cockpit. We're going to share imagery close up of the moon. But there's a lot of hard stuff that we've got to demonstrate. And at the tail end, kind of our capstone is going to be the high-speed reentry. We're going to come back at Mach 32, or 24,500 miles an hour. We're going to slow that spacecraft in about 20 minutes as it goes from entry interface to subsonic and parachute deployment, and then splash down in the Pacific. When we get to that point, it will signal the arrival of our deep spacecraft and human transportation, and it will show that we've got a capability in place in combination with the rocket that we've already demonstrated that puts us on a path to accomplish the rest of the Artemis manifest in front of us. So again, we've got to take it day by day. We're going to learn stuff as we go. We've got thousands and thousands of measurements and data and engineering measurements we're going to take along the way to ensure that we understand the margins, and if they're a little bit less than we thought they were, we need to take those into account before we put humans on board. So we're going to learn a lot from this mission, and And if we're lucky and we fly right down the middle, that'll be a great day. And if we learn from it, that goes back to why we're having an uncrewed test flight and why we purposefully set up an uncrewed mission before we're going to fly astronauts on the next mission.
Thanks, Mike. I think we're running up on our hour, but we do have time for a couple more questions in the room. Here in front.
Yep. John Zarella for my radar. A couple of things. How much do you lose by not flying the 40 days plus you're down to 25 days in day? You have the mannequins on board and you're gathering all this data. For anybody who wants to answer that. And the other one was, over the course of the months, we've talked to so many folks on your team who have been with the program since the very beginning, more than 10 years. What do you have to say to long-timers out there who persevered? And as you said, Mr. Administrator, it's been a long time coming.
Go ahead.
Start. Well, I'll answer your second question. I'm a long-timer myself, and I've been with the Orion program since the very beginning. I would say to my colleagues and the people that came before me, I mean, it is obviously a historic day for us. We've dreamed about this day. We've worked very hard, persevered through a lot of challenges, not only weather and other things, changes in terms of administration and such. But it represents. I think John said it very well. The hardware is the hardware will perform. It's the people across the country, and in fact in Europe as well, working with us, spending long hours trying to make this endeavor happen. And I think it's a very proud moment. And I look at what we did today, and I reflect back upon all the late nights and the long hours we worked together with all the people that across the country, like I said, in Europe, trying to make this happen. And we should all be proud of what we've accomplished so far, but we've got a ways to go. And each day is going to be very important for us in this mission, because I think we're going to learn a lot as we go forward. So that's how I would respond to that part of the question.
Yeah, and I would agree with Howard. Perseverance is the word of the day here. This team up here and the folks that they represent have had to persevere through quite a lot over the years, and months and months and months of preparation and testing and coding and just understanding on the ground what the systems are capable of, are representative of where we got to today. But in terms of whether we lose objectives through a 26-day mission instead of a 40 to 42-day mission, it is in the margins of extra data takes. The longer time we have out there in the distant retrograde orbit allows us to get more data, but we would still accomplish all the objectives. When we baselined the Artemis 1 mission, it was originally just a 26-day mission. And when we started looking at the mission availability, we realized that we couldn't launch as frequently as we would like. The launch availability was roughly 1 week per month. And we asked the team, can you come up with a solution to improve our mission availability? And they came up with what we call a variable mission duration. We had a short class and a long class mission, and in the middle, you extend the stay about the moon in the distant retrograde orbit, and that actually doubled our mission availability, so we could launch roughly 2 weeks per month, or roughly half the month. And that was seen as a win in terms of mission availability, and also in terms of buying down risk. But we're flying a 26-day mission, and that is originally what we had intended. It just gives us fewer data take opportunities for a whole host of things, but we are confident that in the time frame that we're talking about flying, that we can get enough engineering data to say that we can fly crew with confidence on the next mission.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for one more question. Not hearing any in the room, so we have one more on the phones with Jim McKenna with Aerospace Tech Review.
Thanks very much. For Mike, and you may have already addressed this, but what's the next big milestone that will affirm your confidence that you're writing down the risk of the mission and the vehicle? And also, I think for Emily, when does the Orion arrive at the moon?
Okay. Emily, do you want to start?
I don't think I have that particular piece of date. Let me see if I can remember it. You go first, and I'll see if I can remember it.
I might be able to help you on both accounts. So, in terms of the next big milestone, it would be what we call the outbound trajectory correction maneuver, which would be the first firing of the propulsion system on the Orion spacecraft, the service module. We purposefully have a 30-second firing of the service module engine, and that happens just under 8 hours into the mission, so 7 hours, 47 minutes into the mission. And then, I'm sorry, Jim, I lost the... When do we arrive at the distant retrograde orbit? I've got it here. Give me just a second.
Yeah, it's roughly a week. Yeah. And then we spend about a week in the orbit, and then we spend about a week coming home.
There's a reason I write this stuff down, Jim. Hang on just a second. We actually issue memos on this while I'm stalling for time, just to keep everybody synchronized. I will find it, Jim, here. Hang on just a second. All right, so outbound powered flyby is on the 21st. It's 7:44 Eastern time in the morning. So that is the first of the two maneuver sequence that does that lunar flyby in the slingshot 62 miles from the surface of the moon. We do that behind the moon, by the way, so we're not going to see it until after the maneuver is complete. So we're kind of blind, and we'll when we get acquisition of signal on the spacecraft afterward, we'll know that the maneuver was successful. And then the second of the maneuvers for the distant retrograde insertion is on the 25th. So I guess that's the day after Thanksgiving at 4:52 p.m. So I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you all so much. That's all the time we have this morning. But the Artemis 1 mission is just beginning. In just a few hours, we'll have live TV coverage and commentary of Orion's first outbound trajectory burn that Mike just mentioned. So stay tuned at nasa.gov/live and go Artemis.
Sound suppressor water now flowing under the ML. And here we go.
10.
Hydrogen burn-off igniters initiated. 7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
All 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters now propelling the vehicle at 128 miles per hour. Very good.
Well, in my left hand I have a feather. In my right hand a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the 2 of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that?
50 years after we last left footprints on the moon, NASA's Artemis 1 is our first bold step towards getting us back there and pushing us farther than we've ever been before.
Landing a man on the moon and returning him to safety to the Earth. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
At least. What will Orion do when it gets to the moon?
So for this mission, Artemis 1, it's actually going to orbit the moon and then go into a distant retrograde orbit. And so it'll get really close as 62 miles, and then go way past the moon. And way deeper into space than we've ever been before. So yeah, the Orion vehicle will be checking out all of its systems. We're going to be analyzing that data from the ground, and then we're going to see that it can survive re-entry and a successful splashdown off the coast of San Diego.
Yeah, that was a good question too. Okay, well again, just keep those questions coming. You know, we are entering into this launch window, and we do have time, so we'd love to hear from you, and we'd love to try at least to answer most of your questions. So you've been hearing throughout the broadcast all the different science that returning to the moon will enable us to do. So there's actually something called the Prime 1 mining experiment, and that's going to robotically look for ice and other resources below the lunar surface.
NASA's first polar resources ice mining experiment, also known as Prime 1, will robotically look for ice and other resources below the lunar surface. Thanks to data from spacecraft orbiting the moon, scientists believe that the polar regions contain water ice in the form of ice just below the surface. With the right technologies, that ice is a game-changing resource that can be mined and used to produce propellant and breathable oxygen for future explorers. Under NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative, the agency selected intuitive machines to fly and land Prime 1 on the moon's south pole. Prime 1 will land near the Shackleton crater to drill into the lunar soil in an area that could contain water ice. Prime 1 is made up of two instruments, Trident, the regolith and ice drill for exploring new terrain, and M-SOLO, the mass spectrometer observing lunar operations. Trident will drill up to 3 feet into the lunar surface, extract lunar soil, and bring it up to the surface. Trident drills to its maximum depth in multiple phases, stopping at different increments. As it reaches each desired depth, it will pause and retract the drill string to deposit lunar soil on the surface for analysis. This is where M-SOLO comes in. M-SOLO is a commercial off-the-shelf mass spectrometer modified for spaceflight. It will evaluate the chemical elements and compounds released from the lunar soil for water and other chemical compounds. Trident will then proceed to the next specified depth and repeat the process until samples at all desired depths have been analyzed for water. If no ice is found where Prime 1 lands, NASA will still collect valuable information about drilling into the lunar soil for a future mission. NASA's Viper, the Volatiles Investigating Polar Exploration rover, will use Prime 1 technology on a mobile robot that will navigate the moon's south pole searching for additional resources. Prime 1 data will help NASA assess lunar resources to inform future Artemis missions and a robust human presence on the moon.
So we are still awaiting a new T0 for today's launch attempt, but for more on what to expect when we launch for this first day, let's go to NASA's Dan Hewitt. He's inside our Apollo Saturn V Center at the KSC Visitor Complex.
Hey, thanks, Megan. Everybody, welcome back to the moon board. There's a lot of people here in the complex. I just heard a woo-hoo. People are getting in and out because we have a great view of launch when it's going to happen, and it's going to happen today. But that launch is just the first step in the Artemis 1 mission. So let's look at what's ahead for this historic first flight. As we just said, launch is step number 1. Those 4 RS-25 engines throttle up, followed shortly after by the 2 solid rocket boosters igniting, sending SLS and Orion skyward. Now on our way uphill, we'll have a number of jettison events. You'll be able to see things coming off of the SLS rocket. One of the most visual ones will be these 2 solid rocket boosters. Now they'll expend their propellant a little over 2 minutes into the flight. They will separate. We'll see them flare off onto either side, and then the core stage continues to fire. We're also going to see the launch abort system come off the top. Once you get high enough in the atmosphere, it's no longer required. You could actually do aborts using engines on Orion and its service module. I will also note that on the launch abort system, it's got those 3 solid rocket motors. The jettison motor is active. The abort and the attitude ones are not for this flight. We don't have people, so we're not flying a fully active abort system. We also have 3 fairings that are there to protect Orion, the service module and the crew module, as we're flying up through the really dense parts of the Earth's atmosphere. Next up, we'll hit core stage separation. So we've got 4 main engines. We'll hear MECO, main engine cutoff. Those engines will shut down, the core stage will separate, drop away. It's eventually going to splash down in the ocean. And that hands over the propulsion duties to this, our upper stage, the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS. Its first job is to execute what's known as a perigee raise maneuver. So the perigee is the lowest part of your orbit. You have a perigee, that's your low part, and an apogee, that's your highest point. We're going to raise up the perigee, and that's going to actually put us in a nice circular path around the planet. And while we're there, that gives us time to check out Orion. We're flying it in space for the second time, the first time in this fully integrated stack with SLS. We'll be able to look at all of Orion's systems, make sure those solar arrays are capturing the sun's energy and turning it into electrical power for Orion's systems, make sure the communications are working, all of our guidance, navigation, and control. That is your time to make sure you have a healthy spacecraft before you do something that is going to send it to the moon. And that's next up on our list. That's the trans-lunar injection. For today's launch profile, that's going to be a firing of about 18 minutes of that single engine on the upper stage. Now that engine optimized for a vacuum, it's producing about 24,000 pounds of thrust. So it's a pretty big engine, and it's doing that because we need enough energy to be able to send our payload, Orion, beyond low Earth orbit and send it on a path to head out to the moon. Now after that burn is complete, ICPS separates. It's going to do what's called a disposal burn. So it's going to send itself on a path from Earth around the moon and slingshot out into what's known as a heliocentric orbit. So it's going to completely leave the Earth-Moon system and go into orbit around our sun. But after it separates, propulsion duties get handed over to this, the European Service Module, and it's got a couple of different engines that it's going to be using, and we're going to be testing those out just on day 1. We're going to do what's called the Outbound Trajectory Correction Burn 1. And we'll do a couple of these trajectory corrections as we're flying out to the moon, but that first one is that first critical test of this large engine, the Orbital Maneuvering System engine. That's the one that has the most thrust, generating about 6,000 pounds of force in a vacuum, and that's what's going to be doing a lot of our maneuvers, or giving us that pushing power as we do these maneuvers around the moon to enter into what's known as Distant Retrograde Orbit, or DRO. And that's this dotted line that you see around here. Now we call it distant basically because of the distance we're away from the moon. We're about 40,000 miles, a little bit less, off the lunar surface. And then we call it retrograde because the moon orbiting planet Earth in this direction, going in a counterclockwise fashion, we're going to be entering into a clockwise orbit around the moon, opposite retrograde. Now to do that, we're going to get in close, we're going to dip in off the lunar surface. We're going to be about 80 statute miles off the lunar surface as we do this outbound powered flyby. Again, the major thrust coming from that orbital maneuvering system engine. After we do that, we'll do a final maneuver to actually go into that distant retrograde orbit, that DRO. Now, why DRO? Why are we not just going around the moon and coming back on like a free return trajectory, which we did on some of the Apollo missions? Well, in DRO, it's a very stable orbit. It doesn't require a lot of fuel to maintain that area around the moon. So it gives you a lot of time to really test the spacecraft. If you followed with any launch of a new spacecraft, you know there's only so much testing you can do on the ground. Once you actually put all of that hardware in space, in the environment that it's going to be operating, hundreds of thousands of miles away from Earth, you're going to learn things you didn't even realize about everything from communications, the life support systems, the thermal control. Everything on a spacecraft needs to get put through its paces in this environment before we put people on board, and that's why we're heading out to DRO. Eventually, though, it's going to be time to come home, and we will do a DRO departure maneuver. This, again, firing up that orbital maneuvering system engine and others on the service module, and this is what's going to commit us from leaving the moon and heading on back towards Earth. We'll dip in once more, close off the lunar surface, slingshot and use the lunar gravity to do this return-powered flyby, and then, similar to the way out, we can make correction burns as we kind of fine-tune our path back towards the Earth. And then it's time for re-entry. A couple of things happen before that. One of the really critical ones, spacecraft separation. We're going to detach the European service module shortly before re-entry. Its job largely done. That burns up in the Earth's atmosphere and reveals on the crew module the heat shield. I circled it earlier. This is goal number 1 of the Artemis mission. Artemis 1 mission is testing this heat shield at lunar return velocities, because when we make that trip around the moon and we come back, we are going in speeds of excess of 20,000 miles an hour. So when we slam into the Earth's atmosphere, it's going to heat that thing up to more than 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. For the Artemis 1 profile, we're going to do what's known as a skip re-entry. So basically, you can come in too shallow and skip off the atmosphere, too narrow, and you're going to do what's known as a ballistic entry, which really heats things up. We're going to do kind of a mix where we're going to skip once off the atmosphere, and that we're still going to get the heat, but that helps to reduce some of the G loads on the crew. Once you're through that, you get to parachute deploy. There's 11 parachutes in total that are going to slow Orion down before it splashes down. We're going to be going from 20,000 miles an hour to about 300 miles an hour before those parachutes deploy, and then they do a final job of getting it in the water in the South Pacific. We've got these big orange balloons. That's an uprighting system, so even if Orion landed in the water upside down, those can inflate, and they put us back upright into what's known as stable 1. That's where you want your spacecraft to be, nice and upright in the water, especially if you're an astronaut in there floating. Now, we also have a large U.S. Navy ship with a big bay that's going to basically come up and swallow Orion into its deck, and you've got a couple of other assets in the area to help recover hardware, the forward bay cover, parachutes, things like that. But that's scheduled to happen 26 days after a launch today. So that's 26 days from liftoff here in Florida around the moon to a splashdown in the Pacific, and that will be the first mission in the Artemis program, the farthest we've ever sent a human-rated spacecraft in history, and just the first step before we put people on board. So that's a look at everything still to come. We're counting down to that launch. I'll send it back over to Megan and the team at the host desk, guys.
A very comprehensive look at that. Thank you so much, Dan. If you're just joining us, welcome to Kennedy Space Center and our live coverage of Artemis 1, an uncrewed flight test that will return us to the moon in nearly 50 years. But you know, some might ask, why the moon? Well, here's why.
We are going. The history of this agency is marked with broken barriers, once viewed as impossible, with science fiction turned reality, with innovations that have spun industries all their own, and with demonstrations of peace for all humankind.
We soar in the skies of our home planet. We maintain a human presence just outside of gravity, and we touch points all across the solar system and beyond. We're going back to the moon, and this is why.
The moon is a treasure trove of science.
It holds opportunities for us to make discoveries about our home planet, about our sun,
and about our solar system.
The wealth of knowledge to be gleaned from the moon will inspire a new generation of thought and action.
Without fail, every major program and mission NASA has invested in has led to technologies and capabilities that have shaped our culture.
The breakthroughs of the Artemis era will define our generation and the generations to follow.
The tens of thousands of jobs associated with propelling us to the moon today are just the beginning of a lunar economy that will see hundreds of thousands of new jobs develop around the world.
This is not an ambition of one entity or one country. The exploration of the moon is a shared effort,
woven together by a desire for the greater good.
Why the moon? Because the missions of tomorrow will be sparked by the accomplishments of the Artemis generation today.
because the ambition to go has already begun.
And because Mars is calling. We need to learn what it takes to establish a community on another cosmic shore. So let's camp close before pushing out.
And so, we go to the moon now, not as a series of isolated missions, but to build a community on and around the moon capable of proving how to live on other worlds.
We'll use the lessons from more than 50 years of peaceful exploration to send a new generation to the lunar surface to stay.
We will anchor our efforts on the lunar South Pole to establish the Artemis Base Camp,
positioning us for long-term science and exploration of the lunar surface.
We will prove what it takes to assemble a complex ship in deep space.
We will perfect descending down to and returning from a distant surface.
We will learn how humans can survive and thrive in a partial gravity environment.
With improved spacesuit designs, mobile habitats, and with reconnaissance robots pre-positioning and relocating supplies.
We will learn how to utilize the resources we find on these other worlds, starting with finding water ice and purifying it into drinkable water.
And refining that into hydrogen for fuel and oxygen to breathe.
We will establish fission power plants on the surface of the moon, capable of supporting a growing community of efforts.
And we will expand the logistics supply chain to enable commercial and international partners
to resupply and refuel deep space outposts.
None of this is simple or easy, but nothing in our history ever has been.
The Eagle has landed. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
This kind of continuous lunar presence is a natural extension of all that we've learned in low Earth orbit. And what we will accomplish there will ensure the monumental missions to Mars are within reach. As we ready the launch of the first Artemis mission, and as commercial companies ready their lunar landers for the first private payload deliveries, we have already begun to take the next step.
Throughout this launch broadcast, our NASA's Leah Martin has been introducing us to people over at the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex who have come out for hopefully the maiden voyage of Artemis 1. People from near and far, young and old, just really excited to hopefully see this historic flight. So now she's joined by somebody else who has a really interesting story. Leah, tell us about it.
Megan, I think one of the most exciting things about being here tonight is being with people who are like-minded, who have such a strong tie to the history of our nation's space program and their love of spaceflight. And I actually struck up an amazing conversation with Scott here, and you were telling me about the special tie that you have to tonight's launch as well.
Oh yeah, I literally grew up with NASA. My father went to work with the NACA before NASA, went to work for Dr. von Braun, followed him over to Marshall Space Flight Center, and became, when it became NASA. He worked on the Jupiter C, Redstone, Saturn 1, Saturn 5, and then because of that, he brought me here to see Apollo 11 launch. So that was my first launch. I was 5 years old. I loved it. Still remember the sound. That's about all. And then years later, through my flying career, I was able to bring my sons back with my friends that flew the shuttle, and they saw 5 launches and 4 landings. But basically, I wanted to be here. I was here for the first moon launch, the last moon launch back when Uncle Gene Cernan, our family friend, went to on Apollo 17. So I wanted to be here for this because it's kind of in our family, in our blood, and hopefully I'll be around for the next one when we go and land again. So that's
incredible. So you have NASA actually in your DNA, grew up with the program.
Yeah. I knew most of the German scientists. The kids sat in our lap, Dr. Ernst Stirlinger, and my father flew with von Braun because he was a general aviation pilot as well. So they'd get off work and fly, and they were in Life magazine together, National Geographic. So it was fun. I literally got to knew Al Shepard, all the Mercury, Gemini, Apollo guys, and it was an honor. I would have loved to have been an astronaut, but I went a different route, and but I can still come here and see them.
We can, and we're so grateful, so thrilled to see you here tonight, and so excited that you will be able to actually compare the last launch and the sound of the last one with the one tonight. It's absolutely going to rock the sky.
I want it to be even louder. I want to feel it. Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us tonight. It's been an honor to meet you, and Megan, we're going back to you.
Leah, thank you so much for sharing that. That was such a fun story. Here we are now at Space Center Houston. This is a live look inside of the visitor center there. Lots of people hoping to see the launch today. I love this guy in the front with his NASA shirt representing. And again, just seeing children and young and old, just all these people who feel captivated and are excited about our next giant leap into deep space. So glad to have them here. Oh my gosh, I love this.
Yeah, the team in Marshall and Huntsville there is always ready for their shot, waving their flags. They're super pumped. That's the home to the SLS program office, so they have a dog in the fight tonight, seeing Artemis launch for the first time.
Is that an inflatable astronaut in the center? Do you see that? I think somebody is dressed up as an astronaut.
Look at that.
Yeah,
they're
representing.
Ready to go.
I love this. Yeah, I'm so glad that they're there. Again, these visitor centers are closed to the public, but the people there decided to hold a watch party.
Oh,
and
look,
that's
our
exciting
friends in
to see.
Germany are ready for us this time. They
clapping.
anticipated the delay. They look pumped and ready to go.
So these are employees of Airbus. Airbus is the main contractor for the European Space Agency, and together they provided the European service module for the Orion spacecraft. So really, we should be applauding them. They shouldn't be applauding. Thank you so much, guys, for your contribution to the program, and can't wait to see Orion and SLS launch. Okay, so now let's head back over to Daryl Nail over with the launch team so we can hear any updates about a new T0.
Yeah, Megan, thank you. And a clearer picture is starting to emerge as the launch team now reports out that they only have a few minutes left of work to do before they're ready to pick up polling. And we're also hearing that some of that polling, which kicks off with the mission management team, is also now just about 3.5 minutes away. Now, we are currently still in that hold.